Section 56 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by D.L. Blair. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 56. Doc Edwards, ex-slave, 84 years. I was born at Staggville, North Carolina in 1853. I belonged to Moss Paul Cameron. My pappy was Murphy McCullers. Mammy's name was Judy. That would make me a McCullers, but I was always known as Doc Edwards, and that is what I am called to this day. I growed up to be the houseman, and I cooked for Moss Bennon, Moss Paul's son. Moss Bennon was good to me. My health failed from doing so much work in the house, and so I could go for a couple hours each day and work in the field to be outdoors and get well again. Moss Paul had so many niggas that he never counted them. When we opened the gate for him or met him on the road, he would say, "Who is you? Where you belong?" We would say, "We belong Moss Paul." "All right, run along," he'd say then, and he would throw us a nickel or so. We had big workshops where we made all the tools, and even the shovels was made at home. They was made out of wood, so was the rakes, pitchforks, and some of the hoes. Our nails was made in the blacksmith shop by hand, and the picks and grubbing hoes too. We had a hand thrashing machine. It was round like a stovepipe, only bigger. We fed the wheat into it and shook it till the wheat was loose from the straw, and when it come out on the other end, it fell on a big cloth, bigger than the sheets. We had big curtains all round the cloth on the floor like a tent, so the wheat wouldn't get scattered. Then we took the pitchfork and lifted the straw up and down so the wheat would go on the cloth. Then we moved the straw when the wheat was all loose. Then we fanned the wheat with big pieces of cloth to get the dust and dirt out in it so it could be taken to the mill and ground when it was wanted. When the fall come, we had regular places to do different work. We had hand looms and wove our cotton and yarn and made the cloth what was to make the clothes for us to wear. We had a shop where our shoes was made. The cobbler would make our shoes with wooden soles. After these soles was cut out, they would be taken down to the blacksmith, and he would put a thin rim of iron around the soles to keep them from splitting. These soles was made from maple and ash wood. We didn't have any horses to haul with. We used oxen and ox carts. The horse and the mules was used to do the plowing. When the Yankees come, they didn't do so much harm. Only they told us that we was free niggas. But I always feel like I belong to Moss Paul, and I still live at Staggville on the old plantation. I has a little garden and does what I can to earn a little something. The law done fixed it so now that I will get a little pension, and I'll stay right on in that little house till the good Lord calls me home. Then I'll see Massa Paul once more. End of Section 56, read by D.L. Blair, Vallejo, July 19th, 2022. Section 57 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by D.L. Blair. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 57. Interviewed John Evans on the street and in this office. Residence changes frequently. Story of John Evans, born in slavery. I was born August 15th, 1859. I am 78 years old. That comes out right, don't it? My mother's name was Hattie Newberry. I don't ever remember seeing my pa. We lived on Middle Sound, and that's where I was born. I knows the room. 'Twas upstairs, and when I knowed it, underneath, downstairs, that is, was bags of seed and horse feed, harness and things, but it was slave quarters when I come here. Me and my mother stayed right on with Miss Newberry after freedom and never knowed no difference. They was just like sisters, and I never knowed nothing but taking care of Mrs. Newberry. She taught me my letters and the Bible, and was mighty particular about my manners. And I'm telling you, my manners has brought me a heap more money than my reading or the Bible. I'm going to tell you how that is, but first I want to say the most I learned on Middle Sound was about fishing and hunting, and dogs. My, but there sure was birds and possums on the Sound in them days. Partridges all over the place. Why, even me and my mammy ate partridges for breakfast. Think of that now. But when I growed up, my job was fishing. I made enough selling fish to the summer folks all along Wrightsville and Greensville Sound to keep me all winter. My mammy cooked for Miss Newberry. After a while, they both died. I never didn't get married. I don't know nothing about all the mean things I hear tell about slaves and sich. We was just one family and had all we needed. We never paid no attention to freedom or not freedom. I remember everybody had work to do in slavery, and they done gone right on doing it since. And nobody don't get nowheres sitting down holding their hands. It don't make so much difference anyhow what you does, just so you does it. One time when I was carrying my fish to Early, Mr. Pim Jones heard me laugh, and after I opened this here mouth of mine and laughed for him, I didn't have to bother about fish no more. Lordy, those rich folks he used to bring down from New York has paid me as much as $60 a week to laugh for 'em. One of 'em was named Mr. Fish. Now you know that tickled me. I could just laugh and laugh about that. Mr. Pym give me fine clothes and a tall silk hat. I'd eat a big dinner in the kitchen, and then go in amongst the quality and laugh for 'em, and make my noise like a wood saw in my throat. They was crazy about that. And then's when I began to be thankful about my manners. I's noticed if you has nice manners with everybody, people gwine be nice to you. Well, I don't pick up no sich money nowadays, but my manners give me many chance to laugh, and I never don't go hungry. John has been a well-known character for 50 years among the summer residents along the Sound and on Wrightsville Beach. He was a fisherman and a huckster in his palmy days, but now John's vigor is on the wane, and he has little left with which to gain a livelihood except his unusually contagious laugh and a truly remarkable flow of words. Old John could give Walter Winchell a handicap of 20 words a minute and then beat him at his own game. His mouth is enormous and his voice deep and resonant. He can make a noise like a wood saw, which he maintains for 2 or 3 minutes without apparent effort, the sound buzzing on and on from some mysterious depth of his being with amazing perfection of imitation. Any day during baseball season, John may be seen sandwiched between his announcement boards, a large bell in one hand, crying the ball game of the day. Old John to the youngsters, but finding many a quarter dropped in his hand by older men with memories of gay hours and hearty laughter. End of section 57. Read by D.L. Blair. Vallejo, July 23rd, 2022.
Section 58 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Section 58, Lindsey Faucette. Lindsey Faucette, 86 years, ex-slave. Yes, miss, I was born in 1851 the 16th of November on the Occoneechee plantation, owned by Marse John Norwood and his good wife, Miss Annie. And when I say good, I mean just that, for no better people ever lived than my Marse John and Miss Annie. One thing that made our Marse and Mistress so good was the way they brought up us niggers. We was called to the big house and taught the Bible, and there was Bible readings every day. We was taught to be good men and women and to be honest. Marse never sold any of us niggers, but when his boys and girls got married, he would give them some of us to take with them. Marse never allowed us to be whipped. One time we had a white overseer, and he whipped a field hand called Sam Norwood till he blood come. He beat him so bad that the other niggers had to take him down to the river and wash the blood off. When Marse come and found that out, he sent that white man off and wouldn't let him stay on the plantation overnight. He just wouldn't have him round the place no longer. He made Uncle Witt the overseer, case he was one of the oldest slaves he had and a good nigger. When any of us niggers got sick, Miss Annie would come down to the cabin to see us. She brung the best wine, good chicken, and chicken soup and everything else she had at the big house that she thought we would like, and she done everything she could to get us well again. Marse John never worked us after dark. We worked in the day and had the nights to play games and have singings. We never cooked on a Sunday. Everything we ate on that day was cooked on Saturday. There wasn't lighted in the cook stoves or fireplaces in the big house or cabins neither. Everybody rested on Sunday. The tables were set and the food put out to eat, but nobody cut any wood and there wasn't no other work done on that day. Mammy Becky was my grandmammy and she toted the keys to the pantry and smokehouse, and her word went with Marse John and Miss Annie. Marse John was a great lawyer, and when he went to Pittsburgh and other places to practice, if he was to stay all night, Miss Annie had my mammy sleep right in her bed with her, so she wouldn't be afraid. Marse and Mistress had 3 sons and 3 daughters. The older son was not able to go to war. He had studied so hard that it had fetched his mind, so he stayed at home. The second son, named Albert, went to war and was brought back dead with a bullet through his head that like to have killed Marse John and Miss Annie. There was 3 girls named Miss Maggie, Miss Ella, Bella, and Miss Rabina. I was the cow tender. I took care of the cows and the calves. I would have to hold the calf up to the mother cow till the milk would come down, and then I would have to hold it away till somebody done the milking. I tended the horses too, and anything else that I was told to do. When the war started and the Yankees come, they didn't do much harm to our place. Marse had all the silver and money and other things of value hid under a big rock by the river, and the Yankees never did find anything we hid. Our own soldiers did more harm on our plantations than the Yankees. They camped in the woods and never did have enough to eat and took what they wanted. And lice! I ain't never seen the like. It took 15 years for us to get shed of the lice that the soldiers left behind. You just couldn't get them out of your clothes lest you burned them up. They was hard to get shed of. After the war was over, Marse John let Pappy have 18 acres of land for the use of 2 of his boys for a year. My pappy made a good crop of corn, wheat, and other food on this land. There was a time when you couldn't find a crust of bread or piece of meat in my mammy's pantry for us to eat, and when she did get a little meat or bread, she would divide it between us chillun, so each would have a share and go without herself and never complained. When pappy was making his crop, some of the others would ask him why he didn't take up some of his crop and get something to eat. He would answer and say that when he left that place he intended to take his crop with him, and he did. He took plenty of corn, wheat, potatoes, and other food, a cow, a calf, mule, and hogs, and he moved to a farm that he bought. Later on in years, my pappy and mammy come here in Durham and bought a home. I worked for them till I was 32 years old, and give them what money I earned. I worked for as little as 25 cents a day. Then I got a dray and hauled for 15 cents a load from the Durham depot to West Durham for 15 years. Little did I think at that time that I would ever have big trucks and a payroll of $6,000 a year. The good Lord has blessed me all the way, and all I have is His'n, even to my own breath. Then one day I went back home to see my old Marse, and I found him sitting in a big chair on the porch, and his health wasn't so good. He said, "Lindsey, why don't you stop running round with the girls and stop your coutin'?" You will never get nowhere making all the girls love you and then we walk away and make up with some other girl. Go get yourself a good girl and get married and raise a family and be somebody. And I did. I quit all the girls and I found a fine girl and we was married. I sure got a good wife. I got one of the best women that could be found, and we lived together for over 45 years. Then she died 6 years ago now, and I sure miss her, for she was a real helpmate all through these years. We raised 5 children and educated them to be school teachers and other trades. I've tried to live the way I was raised to. My wife never worked a day away from home all the years we was married. It was my raising and my strong faith in my Lord and Master that helped me to get along as well as I have, and I bless Him every day for the strength He has given me to bring up my family as well as I have. There's only one way to live, and that is the right way. Educate your children if you can, but be sure you give them the proper moral training at home. The right way to raise your children is to learn them to have manners and proper respect for their parents, be good citizens and God-fearing men and women. When you have done that, you will not be ashamed of them in your old age. I bless my Maker that I have lived so close to Him as I have all these years, and when the time comes to go to Him, I will have no regrets and no fears. End of section 58, read by Inkel.
Section 59 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1 by various. Ora M. Flagg, 811 Oberlin Road. My name is Ora M. Flagg. I was born in Raleigh, near the Professional Building, in the year 1860, October 16th. My mother was named Jane Busby. Her master was Quint Busby, a lawyer. Her missus was Julia Busby. She was a tailor before she married Mr. Busby. Now I can't tell you exactly, but the old heads died. The old heads were the Skurlocks who lived in Chatham County. I heard their names, but I don't remember them. Their children, when they died, drawed for the slaves, and my mother was brought to Raleigh when she was 8 years old. She came from the Skurlocks to the Busbys. The Taylors were relatives of the Skurlocks and were allowed to draw, and Julia Taylor drawed my mother. It was fixed so the slaves on this estate could not be sold, but could be drawed for by the family and relatives. She got along just middlin' after her missus died. When her missus died, Mother said she had to look after herself. Mr. Busby would not allow anyone to whip Mother. He married Miss Lizzie Bledsoe the second time. I was only a child, and of course I thought as I could get a little something to eat, everything was all right. But we had few comforts. We had prayer meeting, and we went to the white people's church. I heard Mother say that they had to be very careful what they said in their worship. Lots of time they put us children to bed and went off. About the time of the surrender, I heard a lot about the powder rollers, but I did not know what they were. Children was not as wise then as they are now. They didn't know as much about things. Yes, sir, I remember the Yankees coming to Raleigh. We had been taken out to Moses Bledsoe's place on Holman's Road to protect Mr. Bledsoe's things. They said if they put the things out there and put a family of Negroes there, the Yankees would not bother the things. So they stored a lot of stuff there and put my mother and a slave man by the name of Tom Gilmore there. 2 Negro families were there. We children watched the Yankees march by. The Yankees went through everything, and when Mother wouldn't tell them where the silver was hid, they threw her things in the well. Mother cried, and when the Yankee officers heard of it, they sent a guard there to protect us. The colored man, Tom Gilmore, was so scared he and his family moved out at night, leaving my mother alone with her family. The Yankees ate the preserves and all the meat and other things. They destroyed a lot they could not eat. Mother and me stayed on with Master after the surrender and stayed on his place till he died. After that, we moved to Peck's place, called Peck's Place because the property was sold by Lewis Peck. It was also called the Save Rent section, then in later years, Oberlin Road. I think slavery was a bad thing, while it had its good points in building good, strong men. In some cases, where masters were bad, it was a bad thing. Abraham Lincoln was our friend. He set us free. I don't know much about Booker T. Washington. Mr. Roosevelt is all right. Jim Young seemed to be all right. Jeff Davis didn't bother me. I guess he was all right. End of section 59. Read by Carol Sutton, Knox, Pennsylvania, May 22nd, 2022.
Section 60 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tanzania Ware, Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 60. Analiza Foster, Ex-Slave Story, an interview with Analiza Foster, 68 of 1120 South Blount Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born in Person County to Tom Line and Harriet Cash. My mammy belonged to a Mr. Cash, and pappy belonged to Miss Betsy Woods. Both of these owners was mean to their slaves, and they ain't caring much if and they kills one, 'case they got plenty. There was one woman that I heard mammy tell of being beat clean to death. The woman was pregnant, and she fainted in the field at the plow. The driver said that she was putting on and that she ought to be beat. The master said that she can be beat, but don't to hurt the baby. The driver says that he won't. Then he digs a hole in the sand, and he puts the omen in the hole, which am nigh about to her armpits. Then he covers her up and straps her hands over her head. He takes the long bullwhip, and he cuts long gashes all over her shoulders and raised arms. Then he walks off and leaves her there for an hour in the hot sun. The flies and the gnats, they worry her, and the sun hurts too, and she cries a little. Then the driver comes out with a pan full of vinegar, salt, and red pepper, and he washes the gashes. The omen faints, and he digs her up, but in a few minutes, she am stone dead. That's the worst case that I ever heard of, but I reckon there was plenty more of them. To show you the value of slaves, I'll tell you about my grandma. She was sold on the block 4 times, and every time she brung $1,000. She was valuable because she was strong and could plow day by day. Then, too, she could have 20 chillins and walk right on. The Yankees come through our country and they makes the slaves draw water for the horses all night. Course, they stole everything they got their hands on, but that was what old Abraham Lincoln told them to do. End of section 60. Read by Tanzania Ware, San Diego, July 4th, 2022.
Section 61 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Georgianna Foster. 1308 Poole Road, Route 2, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born in 1861. I just can't remember the Yankees coming through, but I remembers there was a lot of 'em wearing blue clothes. I was born at Kearney's Upchurch Plantation, 12 miles from Raleigh. He was my master, and Mrs. Annie was his wife. My father was Axiom Wilder, and my mother was Mancy Wilder. The most I know about slavery, they told it to me. I remembers I run when the Yankees come close to me. I was afraid of them. We lived in a little log house of marsters. The food was short, and things in general was bad, so mother told me. She said they was a whole lot meaner than they had any business being. They allowed the patrollers to snoop around and whoop the slaves. Mother said they stripped some of the slaves naked and whooped them. She said women had to work all day in the fields and come home and do the housework at night, while the white folks hardly done a hand's turn of work. Marse Kearney had a sluice of chilluns. I can't think of 'em all, but I remembers Callan, James, Al, and Emily Helen, and I just can't think of the rest of the chillun's names. Mother says they gathered slaves together like they did horses and sold 'em on the block. Mother said they carried some to Rolesville in Wake County and sold them. They sold Henry Temples and Lucinda Upchurch for Master's plantation, but they carried 'em to Raleigh to sell 'em. We wore homemade clothes and shoes with wooden bottoms. They would not allow us to sing and pray, but they turned pots down at the door and sung and prayed everyhow, and the Lord heard their prayers. That they sing and pray. Mother said they whooped a slave if they caught him with a book in his hand. You was not allowed no books. Learning among the slaves was a forbidden thing. They was not allowed to cook anything for themselves at the cabins no time except night. There was a cook who cooked for all during the day. Sometimes the field hands had to work around the place at night after coming in from the fields. Mother said living at Marster's was hard, and when they set us free we left as quick as we could and went to Mr. Bob Perry's plantation and stayed there many years. He was a good man and give us all a chance. Mother was born free at Upchurches, but when the war ended, she had bound to Wilder by her mother, and had married my father, who was a slave belonging to Bob Wilder. They did not like the fare at Master Church's or Master Wilder's, so when they was set free they left and went to Miss Perry's place. They had overseers on both plantations in slavery time, but some of the niggers would run away before they would take a whooping. Fred Perry ran away to keep from being sold. He come back to do and told his master to do what he wanted to with him. His master told him to go to work, and he stayed there till he was set free. God heard his prayer, 'cause he said he asked God to not let him be sold. Mother and father said Abraham Lincoln come through there on his way to Jeff Davis. Jeff Davis was the Southern president. Lincoln said, "Turn them slaves loose, Jeff Davis," and Jeff Davis said nothing. Then he come the second time and said, "Is you gwine to turn them slaves loose?" And Jeff Davis wouldn't do it. Then Lincoln come a third time and had a cannon shooting man with him, and he asked, "Is you gwine to set them slaves free, Jeff Davis?" And Jeff Davis he say, "Abraham Lincoln, you knows I is not gonna give up my property." And then Lincoln said, "I just as well go back and get up my crowd then." Then talked down in South Carolina, and when Jeff Davis refused to set us free, Lincoln went home to the north and got up his crowd. 140,000 men, they said, and the war begun. They fought and the Yankees whooped. They set us free, and they say that they hung Jeff Davis on an old apple tree. End of section 61.
Section number 62 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Frank Freeman, 216 Tappers Lane. I was born near Rollsville in Wake County, Christmas Eve, 24 of December, 1857. I am 76 years old. My name is Frank Freeman, and my wife's name is Mary Freeman. She is 78 years old. We live at 216 Tappers Lane, Raleigh, Wake County, North Carolina. I belong to old man Jim Wiggins just this side of Roseville, 14 miles from Raleigh. The great house is standing there now, and a family by the name of O'Gill, a colored man's family, lives there. The place is owned by old man Jim Wiggins' grandson, whose name is O.B. Wiggins. My wife belonged to the Terrells before the surrender. I married after the war. I was 40 years old when I was married. Old man Jim Wiggins was good to his niggers, and when the slave children were taken off by his children, they treated us good. Mrs. dressed mother up in her clothes and let her go to church. We had good, well-cooked food, good clothes, and good places to sleep. Some of the chimneys, which were once attached to the slave houses, are standing on the plantation. The home plantation in Wake County was 3,000 acres. Master also owned 3 1/4 plantations in Franklin County. He kept about 10 men at home and would not let his slave boys work until they were 18 years old, except tend to horses and do light jobs around the house. He had slaves on all his plantations, but they were under colored overseers who were slaves themselves. Master had 3 boys and 5 girls, 8 children of his own. One of the girls was Siddy Wiggins. When she married Alfred Holland and they went to Smithville to live, she took me with her when I was 2 years old. She thought so much of me, Mother was willing to let me go. Mother loved Miss Siddy, and it was agreeable in the family. I stayed right on with her after the surrender 3 years until 1868. My father decided to take me home then and went after me. They never taught us books of any kind. I was about 8 years old when I began to study books. When I was 21, Christmas Eve, 1880, Father told me I was my own man, and that was all he had to give me. I had decided many years before to save all my nickels. I kept them in a bag. I did not drink, chew, smoke, or use tobacco in any way during this time. When he told me I was free, I counted up my money and found I had $47.75. I had never up to this tasted liquor or tobacco. I don't know anything about it yet. I have never used it. With that money, I entered Shaw University. I worked 8 hours a week in order to help pay my way. Later, I went into public service, teaching 4 months a year in the public schools. My salary was $25 per month. I kept going to school at Shaw until I could get a first-grade teacher's certificate. I never graduated. I taught in the public schools for 43 years. I would be teaching now, but I have high blood pressure. I was at Master Holland's at Smithville when the Yankees came through. They went into my master's store and began breaking up things and taking what they wanted. They were dressed in blue, and I did not know who they were. I asked, and someone told me they were Yankees. My father was named Burton, and my mother was named Queen Anne. Father was a Freeman, and mother was a Wiggins. There were no churches on the plantation. My father told me a story about his young master, Joe Freeman, and my father's brother, Solomon. Master got Solomon to help whip him. My father went in to see young Mrs. and told her about it, and let her know he was going away. He had got the cradle blade and said he would kill either of them if they bothered him. Father had so much Indian blood in him that he would fight. He ran away and stayed 4 years and passed for a free nigger. He stayed in the Bankham settlement in Johnson County. When he came home before the war ended, old master said, "Solomon, why didn't you stay?" Father said, "I have been off long enough." Master said, "Go to work," and there was no more to it. Father helped build the breastworks in the eastern part of the state down at Fort Fisher. He worked on the forts at New Bern, too. I think Abraham Lincoln worked hard for our freedom. He was a great man. I think Mr. Roosevelt is a good man and is doing all he can for the good of all. End of section number 62, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, February the 9th, 2022.
Section 63 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. By Various. Section 63. Addy Gill, Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Addy Gill, 1614 B Street, Lincoln Park, Raleigh, North Carolina. I am 74 years of age. I was born a slave January 6, 1863, on a plantation near Mulberny, Witt County, owned by Major Wilder, who owned my father's time. His wife was named Sarah Wilder. I don't know anything about slavery except what was told me by my father and mother. But I do know that if it had not been for what the Southern white folks had done for us niggers, we'd have perished to death. The North turned us out without anything to make a living with. My father was David Gill, and my mother was Emily Gill. My father was a blacksmith, and he moved from place to place where they hired his time. That's why I was born on Major Wilder's place. Master Gill, who owned us, hired father to Major Wilder, and mother moved with him. For a long time after the war, 9 years, we stayed on with Major Wilder, the place we was when they set us free. Mr. Wilder had a large plantation and owned a large number of slaves before the surrender. I only remembers 14 of the ones I know belonged to him. Mr. Wilder was a mighty good man. We had plenty to eat and plenty work to do. There was 7 in the Major's family. 3 boys, 2 girls, he and his wife. His boys was named Sam, Will, and Crockett. The girls was named Florence and Flora. They're all dead, every one of 'em, the whole set. I don't know nary one of them that's living. If they was living, I could go to 'em and get a meal any time. Yes, sir, any time, day or night. I farmed for a long time for myself after I was free from my father at 21 years of age. Then, about 12 years ago, I come to Raleigh and got a job as a butler at St. Augustine Episcopal College for Colored. I worked there 8 years, was taken sick while working there and has been unable to work much since. That was 4 years ago. Since then, sometimes I ain't able to get up out in my chair when I is sitting down. I tells you, mister, when a nigger leaves the farm and comes to town to live, he sure is taking a mighty big chance with the wolf. He is just a risking perishing. That's what he is a-doing. I married 45 years ago this past November. I was married on the second Thursday night in November to Millie Ruffin of Witt County, North Carolina. We had 11 children, 6 boys and 5 gals. 4 of the boys and 1 of the gals is living now. Some of my children went north, but they didn't stay there but 2 months. The one that went north was Sam. That was the oldest one. He took a notion to marry, so he went up to Pennsylvania and worked. Just as soon as he got enough money to marry on, he come back and got married. He never went back north no more. Mother belonged to Sam Crenshaw before she was bought by Master Gill. Her missus when she was a girl growing up was Mrs. Louise Crenshaw. The missus done the whooping on Mr. Crenshaw's plantation, and she was mighty rough at times. She whooped Mother and cut her back to pieces so bad that the scars was on her when she died. Father died in Raleigh, and Mother died out on Miss Annie Ball's farm, about 7 miles from Raleigh. Mother and Father was living there when Mother died. Father then come to Raleigh and died here. I can't read and write, but all my children can read and write. Mother and Father could not read or write. I ain't had no chance. I had no learning. I had to depend on white folks I farmed with to look after my business. Some of 'em cheated me out of what I made. I am telling you the truth about some of the landlords. They got mighty nigh all I made. Mr. Richard Taylor, who owned the farm near Raleigh, where I stayed 2 years, was one of 'em. He charged the same thing 3 times, and I had to pay it. I stayed 2 years and made nothing. This is the truth from my heart, from here to glory. I remembers paying for a middling of meat twice. Some of the white folks looked out for me and prospered. Mr. Dave Falk was one of them. I stayed with him 6 years and I prospered. Mr. John Bushnell was a man who took up no time with niggers. I rented from him a long time. He furnished a nigger cash to run his crap on. The nigger made the crap, sold it, and carried him his part. He figured about what he should have, and the nigger paid in cash. He was a mighty good man to his nigger tenants. I never owned a farm. I never owned horses or mules to farm with. I worked the landlord's stock and farmed his land on shares. Farming has been my happiest life. And I wishes I was able to farm again, 'cause I am happiest when on the farm. I had a quiet home wedding, and I was married by a white magistrate. I got up one night, and I was married at 1 o'clock. After the wedding, she went back home with me. We have had our ups and downs in life. Sometimes the living has been mighty hard, but there has never been a time, since I've been free, when I could not get a handout from the white folks' backyard. End of section 63. Read by Jerome Ware. San Diego, July 9th, 2022.
Section 64 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Eric Johnson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Robert Glenn. 207 Idlewild Avenue, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was a slave before and during the Civil War. I am 87 years old. I was born September 16th, 1850. I was born in Orange County, North Carolina, near Hillsborough. At that time, Durham was just a platform at the station, and no house there whatever. The platform was lighted with a contraption shaped like a basket and burning coal that gave off a blaze. There were holes in this metal basket for the cinders to fall through. I belonged to a man named Bob Hall. He was a widower. He had 3 sons, Thomas, Nelson, and Lambert. He died when I was 8 years old, and I was put on the block and sold in Nelson Hall's yard by the son of Bob Hall. I saw my brother and sister sold on this same plantation. My mother belonged to the Halls, and father belonged to the Glens. They sold me away from my father and mother, and I was carried to the state of Kentucky. I was bought by a Negro speculator by the name of Henry Lange, who lived not far from Hurdle's Mill in Person County. I was not allowed to tell my mother and father goodbye. I was bought and sold 3 times in one day. My father's time was hired out, and as he knew a trade he had by working overtime, saved up a considerable amount of money. After the speculator, Henry Lange, bought me, mother went to father and pled with him to buy me from him and let the white folks hire me out. No slave could own a slave. Father got the consent and help of his owners to buy me, and they asked Lange to put me on the block again. Lange did so and named his price, but when he learned who had bid me off, he backed down. Later in the day, he put me on the block and named another price, much higher than the price formerly set. He was asked by the white folks to name his price for his bargain, and he did so. I was again put on the auction block, and father bought me in, putting up the cash. Lange then flew into a rage and cursed my father, saying, "You damn black son of a bitch, you think you are white, do you? Now, just to show you are black, I will not let you have your son at any price." Father knew it was all off. Mother was frantic, but there was nothing they could do about it. They had to stand and see the speculator put me on his horse behind him and ride away without allowing either of them to tell me goodbye. I figure I was sold 3 times in one day, as the price asked was offered in each instance. Mother was told under threat of a whooping not to make an outcry when I was carried away. He took me to his home, but on the way he stopped for refreshments at a plantation, and while he was eating and drinking, he put me into a room where 2 white women were spinning flax. I was given a seat across the room from where they were working. After I had sat there a while, wondering where I was going and thinking about mother and home, I went to one of the women and asked, "Missus, when will I see my mother again?" She replied, "I don't know, child. Go and sit down." I went back to my seat, and as I did so, both the women stopped spinning for a moment, looked at each other, and one of them remarked, "Almighty God, this slavery business is a horrible thing. Chances are this boy will never see his mother again." This remark nearly killed me, as I began to fully realize my situation. Lange, the Negro trader, soon came back, put me on his horse, and finished the trip to his home. He kept me at his home a while, and then traded me to a man named William Moore, who lived in Person County. Moore at this time was planning to move to Kentucky, which he soon did, taking me with him. My mother found out by the grapevine telegraph that I was going to be carried to Kentucky. She got permission and came to see me before they carried me off. When she started home, I was allowed to go part of the way with her, but they sent 2 Negro girls with us to ensure my return. We were allowed to talk privately, but while we were doing so, the 2 girls stood a short distance away and watched as the master told them when they left that if I escaped, they would be whipped every day until I was caught. When the time of parting came, and I had to turn back, I burst out crying loud. I was so weak from sorrow I could not walk, and the 2 girls who were with me took me by each arm and led me along, half carrying me. This man Moore carried me and several other slaves to Kentucky. We traveled by train by way of Nashville, Tennessee. My thoughts are not familiar with the happenings of this trip, but I remember that we walked a long distance at one place on the trip from one depot to another. We finally reached Kentucky, and Moore stopped at his brother's plantation until he could buy one. Then we moved on it. My master was named William Moore, and my missus was named Martha Whitfield Moore. It was a big plantation, and he hired a lot of help, and had white tenants besides the land he worked with slaves. There were only 6 slaves used as regular field hands during his first year in Kentucky. The food was generally common, hog meat and cornbread most all the time. Slaves got biscuits only on Sunday morning. Our clothes were poor, and I worked barefoot most of the time, winter and summer. No books, papers, or anything concerning education was allowed the slaves by his rules and the customs of these times. Master Moore had 4 children, among whom was one boy about my age. The girls were named Atona, Beulah, and Minnie, and the boy was named Crosby. He was mighty brilliant. We played together. He was the only white boy there, and he took a great liking to me, and we loved each devotedly. Once, in an undertone, he asked me how I would like to have an education. I was overjoyed at the suggestion, and he at once began to teach me secretly. I studied hard, and soon he had me so I could read and write well. I continued studying, and he continued teaching me. He furnished me books, and slipped all the papers he could get to me, and I was the best educated Negro in the community, without anyone except the slaves knowing what was going on. All the slaves on Marster's plantation lived the first year we spent in Kentucky in a 1-room house with 1 fireplace. There was a dozen or more who all lived in this 1-room house. Marster built himself a large house having 7 rooms. He worked his slaves himself, and never had any overseers. We worked from sun to sun in the fields, and then worked at the house after getting in from the fields as long as we could see. I have never seen a patroller, but when I left the plantation in slavery time I got a pass. I have never seen a jail for slaves, but I have seen slaves whipped, and I was whipped myself. I was whipped particularly about a saddle I left out in the night after using it during the day. My flesh was cut up so bad that the scars are on me to this day. We were not allowed to have prayer meetings, but we went to the white folks' church to services sometimes. There were no looms, mills, or shops on the plantation at Master Moore's. I kept the name of Glenn through all the years, as Master Moore did not change his slaves' names to his family name. My mother was named Martha Glenn, and father was named Bob Glenn. I was in the field when I first heard of the Civil War. The woman who looked after Henry Hall and myself, both slaves, told me she heard Marster say old Abraham Lincoln was trying to free the niggers. Marster finally pulled me up and went and joined the Confederate Army. Kentucky split, and part joined the North and part the South. The war news kept slipping through of success for first one side, then the other. Sometimes Marster would come home, spend a few days, and then go again to the war. It seemed he influenced a lot of men to join the Southern Army. Among them was a man named Enoch Moorhead. Moorhead was killed in a few days after he joined the Southern Army. Marster Moore fell out with a lot of his associates in the Army, and some of them who were from the same community became his bitter enemies. Tom Fussy was one of them. Marster became so alarmed over the threats on his life made by Fussy and others that he was afraid to stay in his own home at night, and he built a little camp 1½ miles from his home, and he and Mrs. spent their nights there on his visits home. Fussy finally came to the great house one night, heavily armed, came right on into the house and inquired for Marster. We told him Marster was away. Fussy lay down on the floor and waited a long time for him. Marster was at the little camp, but we would not tell where he was. Fussy left after spending most of the night at Marster's. As he went out into the yard when leaving, Marster's bulldog growled at him, and he shot him dead. Marster went to Henderson, Kentucky, the county seat of Henderson County, and surrendered to the Federal Army and took the oath of allegiance. Up to that time I had seen a few Yankees. They stopped now and then at Marster's and got their breakfast. They always asked for buttermilk. They seemed very fond of it. They were also fond of ham, but we had the ham meat buried in the ground. This was about the close of the war. A big army of Yankees came through a few months later, and soon we heard of the surrender. A few days after this, Marster told me to catch 2 horses that we had to go to Dickerson, which was the county seat of Webster County. On the way to Dickerson, he said to me, "Bob, did you know you were free, and Lincoln has freed you? You are as free as I am." We went to the Freedmen's Bureau and went into the office. A Yankee officer looked me over and asked Marster my name, and informed me I was free, and asked me whether or not I wanted to keep living with Moore. I did not know what to do, so I told him yes. A fixed price of $75 and board was set as the salary I should receive per year for my work. The Yankee told me to let him know if I was not paid as agreed. I went back home and stayed a year. During the year I hunted a lot at night and thoroughly enjoyed being free. I took my freedom by degrees and remained obedient and respectful, but still wondering and thinking of what the future held for me. After I retired at night, I made plan after plan and built air castles as to what I would do. At this time I formed a great attachment for the white man, Mr. Atlas Chandler, with whom I hunted. He bought my part of the game we caught and favored me in other ways. Mr. Chandler had a friend, Mr. DeWitt Yarborough, whom was an adventurer and trader and half-brother to my ex-master, Mr. Moore, with whom I was then staying. He is responsible for me taking myself into my own hands and getting out of feeling I was still under obligations to ask my master or missus when I desired to leave the premises. Mr. Yarborough's son was off at school at a place called Keilo, Kentucky, and he wanted to carry a horse to him and also take along some other animals for trading purposes. He offered me a new pair of pants to make the trip for him, and I accepted the job. I delivered the horse to his son and started for home. On the way back I ran into Uncle Squire Yarborough, who once belonged to DeWitt Yarborough. He persuaded me to go home with him and go with him to a wedding in Union County, Kentucky. The wedding was 20 miles away, and we walked the entire distance. It was a double wedding. 2 couples were married. Georgianna Hawkins was married to George Ross, and Steve Carter married a woman whose name I do not remember. This was in the winter, during the Christmas holidays, and I stayed in the community until about the 1st of January. Then I went back home. I had been thinking for several days before I went back home as to just what I must tell Mr. Moore, and as to how he felt about the matter, and what I would get when I got home. In my dilemma, I almost forgot I was free. I got home at night, and my mind and heart was full, but I was surprised at the way he treated me. He acted kind and asked me if I was going to stay with him next year. I was pleased. I told him, "Yes, sir," and then I lay down and went to sleep. He had a boss man on his plantation then, and next morning he called me, but I just couldn't wake. I seemed to be in a trance or something. I had recently lost so much sleep. He called me the second time, and still I did not get up. Then he came in and spanked my head. I jumped up and went to work feeding the stock and splitting wood for the day's cooking and fires. I then went in and ate my breakfast. Mr. Moore told me to hitch a team of horses to a wagon and go to a neighbor's 5 miles away for a load of hogs. I refused to do so. They called me into the house and asked me what I was going to do about it. I said I do not know. As I said that, I stepped out of the door and left. I went straight to the county seat and hired to Dr. George Raspy in Webster County for $100 per year. I stayed there 1 year. I got uneasy in Kentucky. The whites treated the blacks awful bad, so I decided to go to Illinois as I thought a Negro might have a better chance there, it being a northern state. I was kindly treated and soon began to save money. But all through the years there was a thought that haunted me in my dreams and in my waking hours, and this thought was of my mother, whom I had not seen or heard of in many years. Finally, one cold morning in early December, I made a vow that I was going to North Carolina and see my mother if she was still living. I had plenty of money for the trip. I wrote the postmaster in Roxborough, North Carolina, asking him to inform my mother I was still living, and telling him the circumstances, mailing a letter at the same time telling her I was still alive, but saying nothing of my intended visit to her. I left Illinois bound for North Carolina on December 15th, and in a few days I was at my mother's home. I tried to fool them. There were 2 men with me, and they called me by a fictitious name. But when I shook my mother's hand, I held it a little too long, and she suspicioned something. Still, she held herself until she was more sure. When she got a chance, she came to me and said, "Ain't you my child? Tell me, ain't you my child who I left on the road near Mr. Moore's before the war?" I broke down and began to cry. Mother nor father did not know me, but mother suspicioned I was her child. Father had a few days previously remarked that he did not want to die without seeing his son once more. I could not find language to express my feeling. I did not know before I came home whether my parents were dead or alive. This Christmas I spent in the county and state of my birth and childhood with mother, father, and freedom was the happiest period of my entire life, because those who were torn apart in bondage and sorrow several years previous were now united in freedom and happiness. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Witt. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Sarah Ann Green, ex-slave, 78 years. My mammy and pappy was Anderson and Hannah Watson. We first belonged to Mars Billy and Miss Robbie Watson. But when Mars Billy's daughter, Miss Susie, married young Mars Billy Hayden, old Mars gave her, me, and my mammy and my pappy for her wedding gift. So I growed up as Sarah Ann Hayden. My pappy had blue eyes. They was just like Mars Billy's eyes, 'cause old Mars was pappy's master and his pappy too. Old Mars was called Hickory Billy. They called him dat 'cause he chewed hickory bark. He wouldn't touch bacca, but he kept a twist of dis bark in his pocket most all de time.
He would make us chillun go down whar de niggers was splittin' rails and peel dis bark off de logs 'fore dey was split. De stuff he chewed come off de log right under de bark. After dey skinned de logs, we'd peel off dis hickory bacca in long strips and make it up in twists for old Mars. It was yellow and taste sweet and sappy, and he'd chew and spit and chew and spit. Miss Robbie wouldn't 'low no chewin' in de house, but old Mars sure done some spittin' outside. He could stand in de barn door and spit clear up in de loft. Old Mars and Miss Robbie lived in her big plantation near Goldston, and they had 'bout 300 slaves. Hannah, my mammy, was de head seamstress. She had to tend to de making of all de slaves' clothes. De niggers had good clothes. De cloth was home woven in de weaving room. 10 niggers didn't do nothing but weave, but every slave had one Sunday dress a year made out of store-bought cloth. Old Mars seed to that. Old Mars made de niggers go to church, too. He had meetin' house on plantation, and every Sunday we was matched to meetin'. Dey was preachin' every other Sunday and Sunday school every Sunday. Mars Billy and Miss Robbie teach de Sunday school, but dey didn't teach us to read and write. No, suh, dey sure didn't. If dey see us wid der book, dey whip us. They said niggers didn't need no knowledge, that they must do what they was told to do. Mars Billy was her doctor, too. He doctored de slaves when they got sick, and if they got bad off, he sent for sure 'nuff doctor and paid de bills. Every Christmas, Mars Billy gave de niggers big time. He called them up to de big house and give them bag of candy, nigger toes, and sugar plums. Den he says, "Who wants eggnog, boys?" All them that wants dram hole up de hands. You'll never see such holding up of hands. I would hold up mine, too, and old Mars would look at me and say, "Go away from here, Sarah Ann, you're too little to be calling for nog." But he'd fill up the glass just the same and put in extra spoon of sugar and give it to me. Dat sure was good nog. 'Twas all foamy wid whipped cream and rich wid eggs. Mars Billy and Miss Robbie served it to themselves from the Sunday cut glass nog bowl, and it kept Estella and Rosette busy filling it up. Mars Billy was a good man. When de war come on, Mars Billy was too old to go, but young Mars Billy and Mas'r Gaston went. They was old Mars' 2 boys. Young Mars Billy Hayden and Miss Susie's husband went too. De day old Mars heard dat de Yankees was comin', he took all de meat 'cept 2 or 3 pieces out of de smokehouse. Then he got de silver and things and toted dem to de woodpile. He dug her hole and buried dem. Then he covered de place with wood chips. But with dat he wasn't satisfied, so he made Pappy bring her load of wood and throw it on top of it, so that when de Yankees come they didn't find it. When de Yankees come up in de yard, Mars Billy took Miss Robbie and locked her up in de room. Then he walked round and watched de Yankees, but they toted off what they wanted. I wasn't scared of de Yankees. I thought they was pretty mens in de blue coats and brass buttons. I followed them all round begging for de coat buttons. I ain't never seed nothing as pretty as dem buttons. When they left, I followed them way down the road, still begging, twell one of dem Yankees pulled off her button and give it to me. "Here, nigger," he says, "take this button. I's giving it to you 'cause you got blue eyes. I ain't never seed blue eyes in her black face full. I had blue eyes like Pappy and Mars Billy, and I kept that Yankee button twell I was married. Then I lost it. The was thing I knowed that happened in the war was when Miss Robbie found the Yankee soldier in the lady's back house. Down at the back of the garden behind the row of lilac bushes was the two back houses. One was for the men's and one was for the ladies. Miss Robbie went down to this house one day, and when she opened the door, there lay a Yankee soldier on the floor. His head was tied up with her bloody rag, and he looked like he was dead. Mammy say she seed Miss Robbie when she come out. She looked scared, but she didn't scream nor nothing. When she seed Mammy, she motioned to her. She told her about the Yankee. He just her boy, Hannah, she says. He ain't no older than Mars Gaston, and he's hurt. We got to do something, and we can't tell nobody. Then she sent Mammy to the house for her pan of hot water, the scissors, and her old sheet. Miss Robbie cut off the bloody, ran and washed that soldier boy's head. Then she tied up the cut places. Then she went to the house and made Mammy slip him her big milk toddy. 'Bout that time she seed some horsemen comin' down the road. When they got closer, she seed they was Federate soldiers. They rode up in the yard, and Mars Billy went out to meet them. They told him that they was looking for a Yankee prisoner that done got away from they camp. After old Mars told them that he ain't seen no Yankee soldier, they told him that they got to search the place 'cause that was orders. When Miss Robbie heard them say that, she turned and went through the house to the backyard. She walked round 'mong the flowers, but all the time she watching them Federates search the barns, stables, and everywhere. But when they start to the lilac bushes, Miss Robbie lift her head and walked right down the path to the lady's back house, and right for all them mens, with them looking at her, she opened the door and walked in. She surely did. That night when 'twas dark, Miss Robbie wrapped up her parcel of food and her bottle of brandy and give it to that soldier Yankee boy. She told him they was horses in the pasture and that the Yankee camp was over near Laurenburg or somewhere like that. Nobody ain't seen that boy since, but somehow that horse come back, and in his mane was her piece of paper. Mars Billy found it and brung it to Miss Robbie and asked her what it meant. Miss Robbie took it, and 'twas letter that soldier boy done wrote, telling her that he was safe and thanking her for what she'd done for him. Miss Robbie told Mars Billy she couldn't help saving that Yankee. He too much of her boy. Mars Billy, he look at Miss Robbie, then he say, "Robbie, honey, yo's braver than any soldier I ever seed." End of section 65.
Section 66 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Dorcas Griffeth, 602 East South Street, June 26, 1937. You know me every time you sees me, don't you? Who told you I was Dorcas Griffeth? I seed you uptown the other day. Yes, yes, I is old. I is 80 years old. I remember all about them Yankees. The first biscuit I ever ate, they give it to me. I was big enough to nurse the babies when the Yankees came through. They carried biscuits on their horses. I was just thinking of my young missus the other day. I belonged to Dr. Clark in Chatham County near Pittsburgh. My father was named Billy Dismith, and my mother was named Peggy Council. She belonged to the Councils, father belonged to the Dismiths, and I belonged to the Clarks. Mrs. was named Winnie. They had tolerable fine food for the white folks, but I did not get any of it. The food they give us was mighty nigh nothing. Our clothes was bad, and our sleeping places was not nothing at all. We had a hard time. We had a hard time then, and we are having a hard time now. We have a house to live in now, and the chinches eat us up almost, and we have nothing to live on now, just a little from charity. I fares mighty bad. They gives me a half peck of meal and a pound of meat, a little oatmeal and canned grape juice, a half pound of coffee, and no sugar or lard and no flour. They gives us that for a week's eating. The Yankees called the niggers who was plowing the mules when they came through and made 'em bring 'em to 'em, and they carried the mules on with 'em. The niggers called the Yankees blue jackets. I had 2 brothers, both older than me, George the oldest and Jack. Let me see, I had 4 sisters. 1, 2, 3, 4. One was named Annie, one named Rosa, Annie and Frances, and myself, Dorcas. All the games I played was to work in the field with a hoe. There was no playgrounds like we has now. No, no, if you got your work done, you done enough. If I could see how to write like you, I could do a lot of work, but I can't see. I can write. I got a good education according to reading, spelling, and writing. I can say the 2nd chapter of Matthew by heart, the 27th chapter of Ezekiel by heart, or most of Ezekiel by heart. I learned it since I got free. I went to school in Raleigh, to the Washington School. They wouldn't let us have books when I was a slave. I was afraid to be caught with a book. The patter-rollers scared us so bad in slavery time and beat so many of the slaves that we left the plantation just as soon as we was free. That's the reason Father left the plantation so quick. I also remember the Ku Klux. I was afraid of them, and I did not think much of them. I saw slaves whooped till the blood ran down their backs. Once they whooped some on the plantation and then put salt on the places and pepper on 'em. I didn't think nothing in the world of slavery. I think that it was wrong. I didn't think a thing of slavery. All my people are dead, and I am unable to work. I haven't been able to work in 6 years. I thought Abraham Lincoln was a good man. He had a good name. I don't know much about Mr. Roosevelt, but I hopes he will help me, 'cause I need it mighty bad. End of section 66, read by Laura Judith Barbara, July 12th, 2022, Leesburg, Virginia.
Section 67 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tanzania Ware. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. By Various, Section 67. Sarah Gudger, ex-slave, 121 years old. Investigation of the almost incredible claim of Aunt Sarah Gudger, ex-slave living in Asheville, that she was born on September 15, 1816, discloses some factual information corroborating her statements. Aunt Sarah's father, Smart Gudger, belonged to and took his family name from Joe Gudger, who lived near Oteen, about 6 miles east of Asheville in the Swannanoa Valley, prior to the war between the states. Family records show that Joe Gudger married a Miss McRae in 1817, and that while in a despondent mood, he ended his own life by hanging, as vividly recounted by the former slave. John Hemphill, a member of the family served by Aunt Sarah until freedom, is recalled as being a few yards young as me, and indeed his birth is recorded for 1822. Alexander Hemphill, mentioned by Aunt Sarah as having left to join the Confederate Army when about 25 years of age, is authentic, and his approximate age in 1861 tallies with that recalled by the ex-slave. When Alexander went off to the war, Aunt Sarah was getting to be an old woman. Aunt Sarah lives with distant cousins in a 2-story frame house comfortably furnished at 8 Dalton Street in South Asheville, the Negro section lying north of Kenilworth. A distant male relative, 72 years of age, said he has known Aunt Sarah all his life and that she was an old woman when he was a small boy. Small in stature, about 5 feet tall, Aunt Sarah is rather rounded in face and body. Her milk chocolate face is surmounted by short, sparse hair, almost milk white. She is somewhat deaf, but understands questions asked her, responding with animation. She walks with one crutch, being lame in the right leg. On events of the long ago, her mind is quite clear. Recalling the Confederate soldiers marching to the drums, she beat a tempo on the floor with her crutch. As she described how the hands of slaves were tied before they were whipped for infractions, she crossed her wrists. Owen Gudger, Asheville postmaster from 1913 through 1921, member of the Buncombe County Historical Association, now engaged in the real estate business, says he has been acquainted with Aunt Sarah all his life, that he has on several occasions talked to her about her age and early associations, and that her responses concerning members of the Gudger and Hemphill families coincide with known facts of the two families. Interviewed by a member of the Federal Writers Project, Aunt Sarah seemed eager to talk and needed but little prompting. Sarah Gudger, born September 15, 1816. Interview with Miss Marjorie Jones, May 5, 1937. I was born 'bout 2 miles from old folk on the old Morganton Road. I sure has had a hard life. Just walk and walk and walk. I never know nothing but walk. My boss, he was old man Andy Hemphill. He had a large plantation in the valley, plenty of everything, all kind of stock, hogs, cows, mules, and horses. When Martha Andy died, I go live with his son, William Hemphill. I never forget when Martha Andy died. He was a good old man, and the missy, she was good too. She used to read the Bible to us children afore she passed away. My pappy, he lived with Joe Gudger. He old and feeble. A members, he pinned on my pappy to see after everything for him. He allus trust my pappy. One morning, he followed pappy to the field. Pappy, he stopped, he's walking old Master Joe. He say, "Well, Smart," pappy, he named Smart, "I's tired, worried, and troubled. All these years I woke for my children. They never do the right thing. They worries me, Smart. I tell you, Smart, I's a good mind to put myself away. I's a good mind to drown myself right here. I terrible worried, Smart." Pappy, he take hold old Master Joe and lead him to the house. "Now, Master Joe, I wouldn't talk such talk if I was you. You been good to your family. Just you content yourself and rest." But a few days after that, old Master Joe was found a-hanging in the barn by the bridle. Old Master had put himself away. No, I never know what it was to rest. I just woke all the time from morning till late at night. I had to do everything they what do on the outside. Walk in the field, chop wood, hold corn, till sometime I feels like my back surely break. I done everything except split rails. You know, they split rails back in them days. Well, I never did split no rails. Old Master strop was good if we did anything he didn't like. Sometime he get his dander up and then we doesn't look round at him. Else he tie your hands afore your body and whoop you, just like your mule. Loudy, honey, I's took 1,000 lashings in my day. Sometimes my poor old body be so full a week. Old boss, he send his niggas out in any kind of weather, rain or snow. It never matter. We had to go to the mountains, cut wood, and drag it down to the house. Many the time, we come in with our clothes stuck to our poor old cold bodies, but 'twarn't no use to try to get 'em dry. If the old boss or the old missy see us, they yell, "Get on out of here, you black thin, and get your work out in the way." And loudy, honey, we know to get else we get the lash. They didn't care how old or how young you were. You're never too big to get the lash. The rich white folks never did no work. They had darkies to do it for them. In the summer, we had to work outdoors. In the winter, in the house. I had to sear and spin till 10 o'clock. Never get much rest. Had to get up at 4 the next morning and start again. Didn't get much to eat. Nothing, just a little cornbread and 'lasses. Lottie, honey, you can't know what a time I had. All cold and hungry. No, I ain't telling no lies. It the gospel truth. It sure is. I remember well how I used to lie awake till all the folks were sleeping, then creep out in the door and walk barefoot in the snow, 'bout 2 miles to my old auntie's house. I knowed when I get there, she fix hot compound with slice of meat and some milk for me to eat. Auntie was good to us darkies. I never sleep on a bedstead till after freedom, nor 'em till after freedom. Just an old pile of rags in the corner, hardly enough keep us from freezing. Lord, child, nobody knows how mean darkies were treated. Why, they were better to the animals than to us'ns. My first old marster was a good old man, but the lassin', he was rapid. He sure was rapid. Why, child, times ain't no more like they used to be than the day and night and light. In my day and time, all the folks worked. Even they had no niggers, they worked themselves. Even the children were too small to hoe, they pull weeds. Now, the big bottom of the Swannanoe that used to grow hundreds of bushels of grain am just a playground. I like to see the children in the field. Why, now they fight you like wild cat, effing it even talk about. That's the reason time's so hard. No famine. Why, I can remember old Missy, she say, this generation'll pass away and a new generation'll come along. That's just it. Every generation gets weaker and weaker. Then they talk about going back to old times. That time done gone. They never meet that time again. Want none of the slaves off in our plantation ever sold, but the ones on the other plantation of Marster William, why, oh, that what a terrible time. All the slaves be in the field plowing, hoeing, singing in the boiling sun. Old Marster, he come through the field with a man called the speculator. They walk around just looking. All the darkies know what this mean. They didn't dare look up, just walk right on. Then the speculator, he see who he want. He talk to old Marster, then they slaps the handcuffs on him and talk him away to the cotton country. Oh, them were awful times when the speculator were ready to go with the slaves. If they were any who didn't want to go, he thrashed 'em, then tie 'em behind the wagon and make 'em run till they fall on the ground. Then he thrashed 'em till they say they go, without no trouble. Sometimes some of them run away and come back to the plantation. Then it was harder on them than before. When the darkies went to dinner, the old nigger mammy, she say, "Why, I'm sich and sich." None of the others want to tell, huh? But when she see them look down to the ground, she just say, the speculator. Then the tears roll down her cheeks, 'cause maybe it her son or husband, and she know she never see him again. Maybe they leaves babies to home, maybe just pappy and mammy. Oh, my lordy, my old boss was mean, but he never sent us to the cotton country. There were very few schools back in the day and time, very few. We darkies didn't to look at no book, not even to pick it up. Old Missy, that is, my first old Missy, she was a good old woman. She read to the niggers and to the white chillin'. She come from across the water. She wasn't like the smart white folks living here now. When she come over here, she brung Darky Boy with her. He was her personal servant. 'Cause they got different names for them now, but in that day they calls them guinea niggers. She was good old woman, not like other white folks. Niggers like old Missy. When the darkies get sick, they were put in a little old house close to the big house, and one of the other darkies waited on them. There were very few doctors then, only 3 in the whole section. When they wanted medicine, they went to the woods and gathered horehound, slipper elm for the poultices, and all kinds bark for teas. All this jarbs bring you round. They were very few lawyers then, too, but lawsy me, you can't turn round for them now. I remembers when my old mammy died. She lived on Reams Creek. with other hemp hills. She sick long time. One day, white man come to see me. He say, Sarah, did you know your mammy was dead? No, I say, but I wants to see my mother before they puts her away. I went to the house and say to old Missy, my mother, she died today. I want to see my mother before they puts her away. But she look at me mean and say, get on out of here and get back to your work before I wallop you good. So I went back to my work with the tears streaming down my face. Just a ring in my hands. I wanted to see my mammy so. 'Bout 2 weeks later, old Missy, she get terrible sick. She just linger long for a long time. But she never gets up no more. Want longer before they puts her away too, just like my mammy. I remembers the time when my mammy was alive. I was a small child afore they took her to Reams Creek. All us chillins were playing in the yard one night, just a-running and a-playing like chillin' will. All of a sudden, Mammy come to the door, all excited. Come in here this minute, she say. Just look up at what is a-happening. And bless your life, honey, the stars were falling just like rain. Mammy was terrible scared, but we chillin' want afeared? Nah, we want afeared. But Mammy, she say, every time a star fall, somebody gonna die. Look like a lot of folks gonna die from the looks of them stars. Everything was just as bright as day. You coulda pick a pin up. You know, the stars don't shine as bright as they did back then. I wonder why they don't. They just don't shine as bright. Want long before they took my mammy away, and I was left alone. On the plantation was an old woman what the boss bought from a drover up in Virginia. The boss, he bought her from one of the speculators. She laugh and tell us, some of these days, y'all all gonna be free, just like the white folks. But we all laugh at her. No, we just slaves. We all us have to work and never be free. Then when freedom comes, she say, I told y'all all, now you got no learning, you got no nothing, got no home. What you gonna do? Didn't I tell ya? I was getting along smartly in years when the war come. I remember just like yesterday, just before the war. Marse William was talking to his brother. I was standing off a piece. Marse brother, he say, William, how old Aunt Sarah now? Marse William look at me and he say, she getting nigh on to 50. That was just a little while afore the war. That was awful time. Us darkies didn't know what it was all about. Only one of the boys from the plantation go. He Alexander. He 'bout 25 then. Many the time we get word the Yankees coming. We take our food and stock and hide it till we show they's gone. We weren't bothered much. One day, I never forget, we look out and see soldiers marching. Look like the whole valley full of them. I thought, po' helpless critters just going away to get killed. The drums were beating and the fifes were playing. They were the foot company. Oh, glory, what a sight. Sometime they come home on furlough. Sometime they get killed before they get so. Alexander, he come home a few times before freedom. When the war was over, Marse William, he say, did y'all know y'all's free? Y'all free now. I chuckled, remembering what old woman tell us about freedom and no learning. Lot of men want me to go to foreign land, but I tell 'em I go live with my pappy, long as he live. I stayed with the white folks about 12 months, then I stayed with my pappy, long as he live. I had 2 brothers. They went to California. Never seed 'em no more. No, my sister nother. I can't 'member such a lot about it all. I just knows I was born and bred here in these parts. Never been out in it. I's well. Never take no doctor medicine. Just been sick once. Dat after freedom. End of section 67. Read by Tanzania Ware, San Diego, August 27th, 2022.
Section 68 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sierra Simone. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Thomas Hall, age 81 years, 316 Tarboro Road, Raleigh, North Carolina. My name is Thomas Hall, and I was born in Orange County, North Carolina, on a plantation belonging to Jim Woods, whose wife, our Mrs., was named Polly. I'm 81 years of age, as I was born February 14th, 1856. My father, Daniel Hall, and my mother, Becky Hall, and me all belonged to the same man, but it was often the case that this was not true, as one man, perhaps a Johnson, would own a husband, and a Smith own the wife, each slave going by the name of the slave owner's family. In such cases, the children went by the name of the family to which the mother belonged. Getting married and having a family was a joke in the days of slavery, as the main thing in allowing any form of matrimony among the slaves was to raise more slaves in the same sense and for the same purpose as stock raisers raise horses and mules, that is, for work. A woman who could produce fast was in great demand and brought a good price on the auction block in Richmond, Virginia, Charleston, South Carolina, and other places. The food in many cases that was given the slaves was not given them for their pleasure or by a cheerful giver, but for the simple and practical reason that children would not grow into large, healthy slaves unless they were well fed and clothed and given good, warm places in which to live. Conditions and rules were bad, and the punishments were severe and barbarous. Some masters acted like savages. In some instances, slaves were burned at the stake. Families were torn apart by selling. Mothers were sold from their children. Children were sold from their mothers, and the father was not considered in any way as a family part. These conditions were here before the Civil War, and the conditions, in a changed sense, have been here ever since. The whites have always held the slaves in part slavery and are still practicing the same things on them in a different manner. Whites lynch, burn, and persecute the Negro race in America yet, and there's little they are doing to help them in any way. Lincoln got the praise for freeing us, but did he do it? He gave us freedom without giving us any chance to live to ourselves. And we still had to depend on the Southern white man for work, food, and clothing. And he held us through our necessity and want in a state of servitude, but little better than slavery. Lincoln done but little for the Negro race, and from living standpoint, nothing. White folks are not going to do nothing for Negroes except keep them down. Harriet Beecher Stowe, the writer of Uncle Tom's Cabin, did that for her own good. She had her own interests at heart, and I don't like her, Lincoln, or none of the crowd. The Yankees helped free us, so they say, but they let us be put back in slavery again. When I think of slavery, it makes me mad. I do not believe in giving you my story, because with all the promises that have been made, the Negro is still in a bad way in the United States. No matter what part he lives, it's all the same. Now you may be all right. There are a few white men who are, But the pressure is such from your white friends that you'll be compelled to talk against us and give us the cold shoulder when you are around them, even if your heart is right towards us. You're going around to get a story of slavery conditions and the persecution of Negroes before the Civil War and the economic conditions concerning them since that war. You should have known before this late day all about that. Are you going to help us? No. You're only helping yourself. You say that my story may be put into a book, that you are from the Federal Writers Project. Well, the Negro will not get anything out of it, no matter where you are from. Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. I didn't like her book, and I hate her. No matter where you are from, I don't want you to write my story, 'cause the white folks have been and are now and always will be against the Negro. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Hecter Hamilton, ex-slave, 90 years. There was 2 General Lees in the Federate War. One lost his fight, but the other won his. One of these generals was a white man that rode a white horse, and the other was a mean fighting gander that I named General Lee, though I didn't know then that he was going to live up to his name. But when the time come, that long-necked gander outfit the whole Federate Army. My white folks lived in Virginia. They was Marse Peter and Miss Laura Hamilton. They lived on the big Hamilton plantation that was so big that with all the niggers they had, they couldn't count half of 'em. This land does been handed down to Marse Peters from more than 6 grandpappies. There was cotton and tobacco fields a mile wide. The wheat fields, as far as you could see, was like a big sheet of green water, and it took half-hour to plow 1 row of corn, but there was plenty of slaves to do the work. Mr. Sidney Effort, Marse Peter's overseer, rode all over the fields every day, cussing and cracking his long black snake whip. He rode them niggers like they was cattle, but Marse Peter wouldn't allow no beating of his niggers. Marse Peter had acres and acres of woods that was his hunting reserve. There was every kind of bird and animal in them woods in shooting season. There was snipes, pheasants, partridges, squirrels, rabbits, deers, and foxes. There was even bears, and there was wolves, too, that would come and catch the sheeps at night. This was always a crowd at Easy Acres, hunting, riding, dancing, and having a good time. Marse Peter's stables was full of hunters and saddlers for men's and ladies. The ladies in them days rode side saddles. Miss Laura's saddle was all studded with sure enough gold tacks. The fringe was tipped with gold, and the buckles on the bridles was solid gold. When the ladies went out to ride, they wore long skirts of red, blue, and green velvet, and they had plumes on the hats that blew in the wind. They wouldn't be caught wearing breeches and riding straddled like the women's do these days. In them times, the women was ladies. Marse Peters kept the best sideboard in Princess Anne County. His cut glass decanters cost near about as much as Miss Laura's diamond earrings I was going to tell you about. The decanters was all set out on the sideboard with the glasses, and the wine and the brandy was so old that one good-sized dram would make you willing to go to the jailhouse for 60 days. Some of wine and liquor done been in dat cellar ever since old Mars Caleb Hamilton's time, and they done built easy acres before Mr. George Washington done cut down his pappy's cherry tree. Dat liquor done been down in dat cellar so long that you had to scrape the dust off with a knife. I was Mars Peter's main sideboard man. When he had shooting company, I didn't do nothing but shake drams. The men's would come in from the hunting field cold and tired, and Mars Peters would say, "Hustle up, Hector, fix us a dram of so-and-so." That meant that I was to mix the special dram that I done learned from my grandpappy. So I pours in a little of this and a little of that. Then I shakes it twell it foams. Then I fills the glasses and draps in the ice and the mint. Time the men's drink dat. So and so they done forgot dey's tired. Dey's lax, and when the ladies come down the stairs all dressed up, they thinks dey's angels walking in gold shoes. Them was good times for the war, and 'fore Mars Peter got shot. From the day Mars Peter rode his big gray hoss off to fight, we never'd seed him no more. Miss Laura never even knowed if they buried him or not. After the men's all went to the war, they warn't no use for no more drams, so Miss Laura took me away from the sideboard and made me a watchman. That is, I was set to watch the commissary to see that the niggers wasn't given no more than they share of eats. Then I looked after the chickens and things. 'Cause the powder rollers was all round the country, and they'd steal everything from chickens to sweet taters and corn. Then they'd sell it to the Yankees. That's when I named that old mean fighting gander General Lee. Everywhere I went round the place, the gander was right at my heels. He was the biggest gander I ever seed. He weighed nearly about 40 pounds, and his wings from tip to tip was about 2 yards. He was smart, too. I teached him to drive the cows and sheeps, and I sicked him on the dogs when they got streperous. I'd say, "Sick 'em, General Lee," and that gander would charge. He was a better fighter than the dogs, 'cause he fought with his wings, his bill, and with his feet. I seed him skirt a bull near about to death one day. That bull got mad and jumped the fence and run all the niggers into cabins. So I called General Lee and sicked him on that bull. That bird give one squawk and lit on that bull's back, and you never seed such carrying on. The bull reared and snorted and kicked, but that gander held on. He whipped that bull with his wings till he was glad to go back in the lot and have his fill. After that, all I had to do to that bull was show him General Lee, and he'd quiet down. Now's I going to tell you about Miss Laura's diamond earrings. The first Yankees that come to the house was gentlemen's, 'cept they made us niggers cook the supper and shine the buddy booze. Then they stole everything they's found to tote away. But the next ones that come was mean. They got mad 'cause the first Yankees done get the pickings of what Miss Laura hadn't hid. They's cut open the feather beds looking for silver. They ripped open the chairs, cushions looking for money. They even tore the carpets, but they didn't find nothing, 'cause all the valuables done been buried. Even most the wine done been hid. 'Twas all buried in the old graves down in the family graveyard with the tombstones at the head and foots. No Yankee ain't gonna be digging in no grave for nothing. This was one Yankee in this last bunch that was big and bustin'. He strut biggity with his chest stuck out. He walked round sticking his sword in the chair cushions, the pictures on the walls and things like that. He got powerful mad 'cause he couldn't find nothing. Then he looked out the window and seed Miss Laura. She was standing on the porch, and the sun was shining on the diamond earrings in her ears. Days was the earrings that belonged to Mars Peter's great-great-grandmammy. When the soldier see dem diamonds, his eyes gun to shine. He went out to the porch and went up to Miss Laura. "Give me dem earrings," he say, just like that. Miss Laura flung her hands up to her ears and run out in the yard. The soldier followed her, and all the other soldiers come too. That big Yankee told Miss Laura again to give him the earrings, but she shook her head. I was standing side the house, near about bustin' with madness, when that Yankee reached up and snatched Miss Laura's hands down and hold 'em in his. Then he laughed, and all the other soldiers gun to laugh too, just like they thought 'twas funny. 'Bout that time old General Lee done smell a fight. He come waddling round the house, his tail feathers bristling out and talking to hisself. I point to them soldiers and say, "Sick 'em, General Lee, sick 'em." That gander ain't waste no time. He let out his wings and charged them Yankees, and they scattered like flies. Then he lit on the big soldier's back and gun to beat him with his wings. That man let out a yell and dropped Miss Laura's hands. He tried to shake that goose, but General bit into his neck and held him like a leech. When the other soldiers come up and tried to pull him off, that gander let out a wing and near about slapped him down. I ain't never seed such fightin'. Every time I holler, "Sick 'em, General Lee," start 'nother attack. 'Bout that time, them Yankees took a runnin' nothing. They forgot the earrings and lit out down the road, but that gander beat that biggity yellin' soldier clear down to the branch before he turned him loose. Then he jump in the water and wash himself off. Yes, sir, that was sure some fightin' goose. He near about out fight the show enough, Marse General Lee. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. The Story of George W. Harris. 604 East Cabarrus Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. Hey, don't go around that post getting it between you and me. It's bad luck. Don't you know it's bad luck? Don't want no more bad luck than what I've already got. My name is George Harris. I was born November 25th, 82 years ago. I've been living in the city of Raleigh on to 52 years. I belong to John Andrews. He died about the time I was born. His wife Betsy was my missus and his son John was my marster. Their plantation was in Jones County. There were about a dozen other slaves on the plantation. We had plenty of food in slavery days during my boyhood days, plenty of good sound food. We didn't have exactly plenty of clothes, and our places to sleep needed things. We were in need often in these things. We were treated kindly and no one abused us. We had as good owners as there were in Jones County. They looked out for us. They let us have patches to tend and gave us what we made. We did not have much money. We had no church on the plantation, but there was one on Marster's brother's plantation next to his. We had suppers and socials, generally gatherings for eatin', socials just to get together and eat. We had a lot of game to eat, such as possums, coons, rabbits, and birds. The plantation was fenced in with rails about 10 feet in length, split from pine trees. The cattle, hogs, and horses ran out on the free range. The horses ran on free range when the crop was laid by. There was an old mare that led the horses. She led 'em, and when she would come home at night, they followed her. The first work I done was drappin' tater sprouts, drapping corn, thinning out corn, and rounding up corn, and minding the crows out of the field. They did not teach us to read and write, but my father could read, and he read the hymn book and testament to us sometimes.
I do not remember ever going to church during slavery days. I have never seen a slave whipped, and none ever ran away to the north from our plantation. When I was a boy, we children played marbles, prison-based, blindfold, and tag, hide and seek. They gave us Christmas holidays, and 4th of July, and lay-by time. They also called this time crap hillin' time. Most of the time when we got sick, our mother doctored us with herbs, which she had in the garden. When we had side pleurisy, what they calls pneumonia now, they sent for a doctor. Dr. Hines treated us. We lived near Trenton. When the Yankees took Newbern, our marster had us out in the woods in Jones County, minding horses and taking care of things he had hid there. We got afraid and ran away to Newbern in Craven County. We all went in a gang and walked. The Yankees took us a deep gully 10 miles this side of Newbern and carried us inside the lines. They asked us questions and put us all in jail. They put my father to cooking at the jail and gave us boys work around the yard. They put the others at work at horse stables and houses. The smallpox and yellow fever caught us there and killed us by the hundreds. 13 doctors died there in one day. Just before General Lee surrendered, they carried us to Petersburg, Virginia, and I waited on Major Emery, and the others worked for the Yankees. When the surrender came, we went back home to Craven County, next to Jones County, and went to farming. Something to eat could not hardly be found. The second year after the war, we went back to old Marster's plantation. He was glad to see us. We all ate dinner with him. We looked over the place. I looked over the little log cabin where I was born. Some of the boys who had been slaves farmed with old Marster, but I worked at my trade. I was a brick molder, yes, a brick maker. My mother was named Jenny Andrews and my father was Quash Harris. My father belonged to the Harris family on the next plantation in Jones County. After the surrender, we all went in his name. We changed from Andrews to Harris. I do not recollect my grandmother and grandfather. I can't recollect them. Marster told us directly after he declared war, he expected we would all soon be free. The majority of the slaves did not want to be free. They were stirred up. They didn't want it to be. They didn't want no fighting. They didn't know. I married Mary Boylan, 1st of Johnston County, at Wilson's Mill, January 4th, 1878. Here is the family record. Old Marster made me copies after the war, and I copied this. George Harris was married the year 1878, January the 4th. George Harris was born the year 1855, November the 25th. I had 5 brothers, but they are all dead, for as I know. John Nathan, Louis, David, Jefferson, Donald, and my name George. My sisters Marianne, Sarah, Lucy, Penny, Emmeline, Lizzie, Nancy, Leah, and one I can't remember. That's all. I thought Abraham Lincoln was a great man. I remember him well. I think he done the best he knowed how to settle the country. Mr. Roosevelt is a smart man. He is doing the best he can. I think he is going to help the country. End of section 70.
Section 71 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Witt. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Sarah Harris, interviewed May 19, 1937. Sarah Harris is my name. I was born April 1861 on the plantation of Master John William Walton. My father was named Frank Walton, and my mother was named Flora Walton. My brothers was named Lange and Johnny. My sisters Hannah, Mary, Ellen, Violet, and Annie. My grandmother was named Ellen Walton. She was 104 years old when she died. My mother was 103 years old when she died. She has been dead 3 years. She died in October, 3 years this past October. I remember seeing the Yankees. I was not afraid of 'em. I thought they were the prettiest blue men's I had ever seed. I can see how de chickens and guineas flew and run from 'em. De Yankees killed 'em and give part of 'em to the colored folks. Most of de white folks had to run off and hide. I can't read and write. I never had no chance. The Yankees had their camps along the Fayetteville Road. They called us Dinah, Sam, and other names. They later had the place they call the Bureau. When we left the white folks, we had nothing to eat. The niggers wait there at the Bureau, and they give 'em hardtack, white potatoes, and saltpeter meat. Our white folk give us good things to eat, and I cried every day at 12 o'clock to go home. Yes, I wanted to go back to my white folks. They were good to us. I would say, "Papa, let's go home. I want to go home. I don't like this something to eat." He would say, "Don't cry, honey. Let's stay here. They will send you to school." We had nothing to eat except what the Yankees give us. But Mr. Bill Crawford give my father and mother work. Yes, he was a Southern man, one of our white folks. Daddy was his butcher. My mother was his cook. We were turned out when they freed us, with no homes and nothing. Muster said he was sorry he didn't give us niggers part of his land. While I was big enough to work, I worked for Peter Stedman. I got 25 cents a week and board. We had a good home then. I just shouted when I got that 25 cents, and I just run. I couldn't run fast enough to get to my mother and give that money to her. My father died and my mother bought a home. She got her first money to buy the home by working for the man who give her work after the surrender. The first money she saved to put on the home was a dime. Some weeks she only saved 5 cents. Land sold for $10 an acre then. Just after the war, the white and colored children played together. They had a tent in our neighborhood. I was the cook for the white children's parties. We played together for a long time after the war. I married Silas Cooper of Norfolk, Virginia. He worked in the Navy Yard. I was married in Raleigh. I had a church wedding. I think Abraham Lincoln was a great man. He would cure or kill. But I liked my old master. The Lord put into Abraham Lincoln to do as he done. The Lord knowed he would be killed. I think slavery was wrong. I have a horror of being a slave. You see all this land round here? It belongs to colored folks. They were cut off with nothing, but they is struggling, and they are coming on fast. The Bible say that the bottom rail will be on top, and it is coming to pass. Sometime the color race will get up. The Bible says so. I think Mr. Roosevelt is one of the greatest men in the world. He wants to help everybody. I don't think much of Mr. Jeff Davis. They used to sing songs of hanging him to an apple tree. They say he lived a long time after the war, dressed like a woman. He was so scared. End of section 71.
Section 72 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Cy Hart, 78 years, ex-slave. Abram Hart was my pappy, and my mammy's name was Nellie. He belonged to Marse Abram Hart. One day, Marse Hart took some of his niggers to the slave market, and my pappy was took along too. When he was put on the block and sold, Marse Paul Cameron bought him. Then Marse Hart felt so sorry to think he don't let my pappy be sold that he tried to buy him back from Marse Paul and offered him more than Marse Paul paid for him. But Marse Paul said, "No, sir, I done bought him, and I want that nigger myself, and I'm going to take him home with me to Snow Hill Farm." Pappy married my mommy and raised the family on Marse Paul's plantation. We had to be 8 years old before we gone to work. I tended the chickens and turkeys and such. I helped tend the other stock too as I growed older and do anything else that I was told to do. When I got bigger, I helped them with the trash and the wheat, and I helped them with push the straw to be stacked. We had what was then called a grown hog. It was a cylinder-shaped contraption. We put the wheat straw and all it and knocked the grain loose from the straw. Then we took the pitchforks and tossed the straw up and about, and that let the wheat go to the bottom on a big cloth. Then we fanned the wheat to get the dust and dirt out, and we had curtains hung round the cloth where the wheat lay, so the wheat wouldn't get all scattered on the ground. This wheat was sacked, and when wanted, 'twas took the mill and ground it into flour. The flour was made into white bread, and the corn was ground into meal and grits. When the war started, there was some bad times. One day, some of Wheeler's men come, and they tried to take what they wanted, but Marse Paul had the silver money and other things hid. They wanted us niggers to tell them where everything was, but we said we didn't know nothing. Marse Paul was hid in the woods with the horses and some of the other stock. Then Wheeler's men saw the Yankees coming, and they run away. The Yankees chased them to the bridge, and they done some fighting, and 1 or 2 of Wheeler's men was killed, and the rest got away. Then the captain of the Yankees come to Mommy's cabin and asked her where the meat house and flour and such at. She told him that Pappy had the keys to go and ask him. "Ax him nothin'," the captain said. He called some of his men, and they broke down the door to the meat house. Then they trowed out plenty of those hams, and they told Mommy to cook them some to eat, and plenty of it. Mommy fried plenty of that ham, and made lots of bread, and fixed them coffee. How they did eat! They was just as nice as they could be to Mommy, and when they was through, they told Mommy that she could have the rest, and the captain gave her some money, and he told her that she was free, that we didn't belong to Marse Paul no longer. They didn't do any harm to the place, they was just looking for something to eat. Then they left. We didn't leave Marse Paul, but stayed on and lived with him for many years. I lived with Marse Paul till he died, and he done selected 8 of us niggers to tote his coffin to the chapel and the burying ground. He said, "I want these niggers to carry my body to the chapel and the grave when I die." We did. It was a load I would have been glad had there been 2 or 4 more to help tote Marse Paul, for he sure was heavy. After everything was ready, we lifted him up and toted him to the chapel, and we sat down on the floor on each side of the coffin while the preacher preached the funeral sermon. We didn't make any fuss while sitting there on the floor, but we sure was full of grief to see that our dear ol' Marse Paul lying there dead. End of section 72.
Section 73 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Alonzo Haywood. The Blacksmith. An interview with Alonzo Haywood, 67 years old, of 1217 Oberlin Road. On East Cabarrus Street is a blacksmith shop, which is a survival of horse and buggy days, and the smiling blacksmith, a Negro, although he has hazel eyes, recounts the story of his father's life and his own. My father was Willis Haywood, and in slavery days he belonged to Mr. William R. Poole. Mr. Poole liked father because he was quick and obedient, so he determined to give him a trade. Wilson Morgan run the blacksmith shop at Falls of Neuse, and it was him that taught my father the trade at Mr. Poole's insistence. While father, a young blade, worked and lived at Falls of Neuse, he fell in love with my mother, Marana Denson, who lived in Raleigh. He come to see her ever chance he got, and then they were married. When the Yankees were crossing the Neuse Bridge at the Falls, near the old paper mill, the bridge broke in. They were carrying the heavy artillery over, and a great many men followed. In fact, the line extended to Raleigh, because when the bridge fell, word passed by word of mouth from man to man back to Raleigh. Father said that the Yankees stopped in the shop to make some horseshoes and nails, and that the Yankees could do it faster than anybody he ever saw. Father told me a story once about the devil traveling, and he got sore feet and was awful lame, but he went in a blacksmith shop, and the blacksmith shoed him. The devil traveled longer, and the shoes hurt his feet and made him lamer than ever, so he went back and asked the blacksmith to take off the shoes. The blacksmith took them off under the condition that wherever the devil saw a horseshoe over the door, he would not enter. That's the reason that people hang up horseshoes over their door. Mother died near 20 years ago, and father died 4 years later. He had not cared to live since mother left him. I've heard some of the young people laugh about slave love, but they should envy the love which kept mother and father so close together in life, and even held them in death. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Barbara Haywood. Aunt Barbara's Love Story. An interview with Barbara Haywood, 85 years old. Address, 1111 Mark Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. Anything that I tells you will near 'bout all be 'bout Frank Haywood, my husband. I was born on the John Walton Place, 7 miles southeast of Raleigh. My father, Handy Sturtevant, belonged to somebody in Johnston County, but my mother and her chillens longed to be Marse John Walton. Marse John had a corn shucking out, and at dat corn shucking I fust saw Frank. I was just a little girl, crying and bawling, and Frank, who was my big boy, said dat he never wanted to spank a young'un so bad, and I ain't liked him no better than he did me. He longed to be Mr. Yarborough, what run de hotel in Raleigh, but he was bound outer anybody what had hired him, and I don't know where he got his name. I seed Frank a few times at de Hollands Methodist Church, where we went to church with our white folks. You acts as if our white folks was good to us, and I says ter yer dat none of de white folks was good to none of de niggers. We done our weaving at night, and we worked hard. We had enough to eat, but we was whooped some. Just 'fore de war was over, we was sent ter Mr. Williams' Turner's place down close ter Smithfield, and dat's where we was when de Yankees come. One day I was settin' on de porch, restin' out my day's work was done, when I sees de hoss lot full of men, and I says ter Mars William, who am I talkin' ter? A soldier named Cole. De lot in full of men. Mars Cole looks up, and he lows, "Hits dem damn Yankees." And wid dat he buckles on his sword, and he ain't been seen since. De Yankees takes all de meat out of dem smokehouse, and goes round ter de slave cabins, and takes de meat what de white folkses has put dar. Dat was de fust hams dat is ever been in de nigger house. Anyhow, de Yankees takes all de hams, but they gives us de shoulders. After de war, we moved to Raleigh, on Davy Street, and I went to school a little at St. Paul's. Frank was working at the city market on Fayetteville Street, and I'd go several blocks out of my way morning and night on my way to school to look at him. You see, I has been in love with him for a long time, den. After a while, Frank becomes a butcher, and him am making pretty good. I is 13, so he comes to see me, and for a year we coats. We was settin' in de kitchen at de house on Davy Street when he axes me ter have him, and I has him. I knows dat he told me dat he warn't worthy, but dat he loved me, and dat he'd do anything he could to please me, and dat he'd always be good ter me. When I was 14, I got married, and when I was 15, my oldest daughter, Eleanor, was born. I had 3 after her, and Frank was proud of dem as could be. We was happy. We lived together 54 years, and we was always happy, having a mighty little bit of argument. I hopes, young lady, that you'll be as lucky as I was with Frank. End of section 74.
Section 75 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. The Story of Isabell Henderson. Negro, 1121 Rankin Street, Wilmington, North Carolina. I'll be 84 years old, come August 9th. My granddaughter can tell you what year it was I was born. I don't remember, but we have it down in the Bible. I lived near the Clock Church, a Jewish synagogue, 4th and Market. We had a big place there. My grandmother did the cooking. My mother did the sewing. I was just 5 years old when the men went away. I guess to the war. I don't know. Some men came by and consipped them. I don't know where they went, but I guess they went to war. I was such a little girl I don't remember much, but I does know my missus was good to me. I used to play with her little boy. I was just one of the family. I played with the little boy around the house 'cause I was never allowed to run the streets. They was good to me. They kept me in clothes, pretty clothes, and good things to eat. Yes'm, we was slaves, but we had good times. Interviewer: What did you eat? Oh, I don't remember special, but I eat just what the family eat. Maybe my father was killed in the war, maybe he run away, I don't know. He just never come back no more. Yes'm, I remember when the soldiers came along and freed us. They went through breaking down people's shops and everything. My mother married again. She married Edward Robertson. He was good to me. Yes'm, he was better to me than my father was. He was a preacher and a painter. My mother died when my father, stepfather, went off to preach, me and my sister stayed in the house. I stayed home all my life. I just wasn't allowed to run around like most girls. I'd never been out of Wilmington but 1 year in my life. That year I went to Augusta. No, I don't likes to go away. I don't like the trains nor the automobiles, but I rides in 'em, meaning the latter. I remember when the 4th Street Bridge was built. I was married over there in St. Stephen's Church, 5th and Red Cross. Yes, ma'am, my auntie, she give me a big weddin'. I was 22, and my husband was 22, too, not quite 23. Not a year older than I was. He was a cooper. Yes, ma'am, I had a big weddin'. The church was all decorated with flowers. I had 6 attendants, 4 big ones and 2 little ones. My husband, he had the same number I did, 4 big ones and 2 little ones. I had on a white dress, carried flowers, had carriages and everything. My husband was good to me. I didn't stay home with my father but about a month. We wanted to go to ourselves. We went in our own home and stayed until I got a sickness. She looked shy. I didn't know what was the matter with me. My father told me I better come home. So I went home to my father and stayed there about 2 years. I've had 5 children. 3 are living, 2 are dead. I never worked until after he died. He left me with 5 little children to raise. He was the only man I ever knowed in all my life, from girlhood up. End of section 75.
Section 76 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11. North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives. Part 1 by Various. Section 76. Essex Henry. Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Essex Henry, 83, of 713 Southeast Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born 5 miles north of Raleigh on the Window Road, 83 years ago. My mammy was Nancy and my pappy was Louis. I had 1 sister, Mary, and 1 brother, Louis. We belonged to Mr. Jake Mordecai, and we lived on his 600-acre plantation, about a mile from Millbrook. Right after the war, he sold this land to Dr. Miller and bought the Betsy Hinton tract at Milburnie. Mr. Jake had 400 or 500 niggers here, and I don't know how many at the Edgecombe County place. The work was hard then. I knows 'cause I seen my little mammy dig ditches with the best of 'em. I sees her split 350 rails a day, many's the time. That was her portion, you knows, and the men's had to split 500. I was too little to do much but mind the chickens out in the garden, and so I fared better than most of 'em. You see, Miss Tempe had seen me out at the gate mornings as they was eating breakfast on the veranda, and she had called me to her and give me butter-toasted light bread or biscuits. She'd give me a heap in that way, and though the rest of the slaves got hungry, I don't think that I ever did. I know that Miss Jenny Perry on a neighboring plantation would give my mammy food for us chillins. Mornings we sometimes ain't had nothing to eat. At dinner time, the cook at the big house cooked enough turnip salad, beans, taters, or peas for all the hands, and along with a little piece of meat and a little hunk of cornbread, the dinner was sent to the slaves out in the field on a cart. The slaves would sit round under the trees and eat and laugh and talk until the overseer, Bob Gravy, yells at 'em to get back to work. If they don't get right back, then he starts to frailin' left and right. There was a few spirited slaves, what won't be whooped, and my uncle was one. He was finally sold for this. It was very different with my grandmother, though. The overseer tried to whip her, and he can't. So he hollers for Mr. Jake. Mr. Jake comes and he can't. So he hauls off and kicks Granny, mashing her stomach in. He has her carried to her cabin, and 3 days afterward she dies, with nothing done for her and nobody with her. Mr. Jake orders the coffin maker to make the pine box, and then he forgets it. The slaves put the coffin on the cart behind the 2 black horses, and with 6 or maybe 700 niggers following, they goes to the Simmons graveyard and buries her. All the ways to the graveyard they sings, "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," "The Promised Land," "The Road to Jordan," and "Old Time Religion." It's a good thing that none of the white folks ain't went to the funerals, 'cause if they had, the niggers can't sing their hymns. Did you know that there weren't no religion out on that plantation? Old Lady Betsy Holmes was whipped time and again for talking religion, or for singing hymns. We sometimes had prayer meeting anyhow in the cabins, but we turned down the big pot front of the door to catch the noise. They won't give us no pass hardly, and if we runs away, the patrollers will get us. They did let us have some dances, though, now and then, but not often. They let us go possum hunting, too, 'cause that was getting something to eat without Mr. Jake paying for it. Mr. Henry, Mr. Jake's brother, and his Uncle Moses used to come a-visiting to the house for the day. Mr. Henry was little, with a short leg and a long one, and he had the worst temper that ever was in the world, and he loved to see slaves suffer, near about as much as he loved his brandy. We knowed when we seen him coming that there was going to be a whooping frolic before the day was done. There was 3 niggers, John Lane, Ananias Ruffin, and Dick Rogers, what got the blame for everything what happens on the place. For instance, Mr. Henry'd look in the hog pen, and lo that it 'peared that his brother's stock was growing less all the time. Then Mr. Jake says that they done been stoled. "Why don't you punish them thieving niggers, Jake?" Jake gets mad and has these 3 niggers brung out. Their shirts am pulled off and they am staked down on their stomachs. And the overseer gets word out, and leaving the niggers tied there in the sun, they goes to the house to get some brandy. The more they drinks from the white crock, the better humor they gets in. They laughs and talks, and after a while, they think of the niggers and back they goes and beats 'em some more. This usually lasts all the day, 'cause it am fun to 'em. After so long, they catch Jack Ash, a free issue, with one of the pigs, and they whoops him twixt drinks all the day. And at night, they carried him to the Raleigh jail. He was convicted and sent to Bald Head Island to work on the breastworks during the war, and he ain't never come back. There was a man in Raleigh what had 2 bloodhounds, and he made his living by catching runaway niggers. His name was Beaver, and he ain't missed but once. Pat Norwood took a long grass scythe when he runned away, and as the first dog came, he clipped off its tail. The second one he clipped off its ear, and them dogs ain't run him no more. The war lasted a long time, and it was a mess. Some of Master Jake's slaves left him, and when the Yankees got to Raleigh, they come and told him about the way Mr. Jake done. Well, in a few days, here comes the Yankees a-riding, and they says that they had intentions of hanging Mr. Jake on the big oak in the yard, if he'd have been there. But he ain't. He and his family had flew the coop. Them Yankees went in the big house, and they tore it and busted up all they pleased. They even throwed the clothes all over the yard. They took 2 big barns of corn and hauled off, and down Devil's Jump on Morris Creek, they buried ever so much molasses and all. At Rattlesnake Spring, the Yankees finds where Master Jake still had been, and there buried, they finds 5 barrels of brandy. After the war, we stayed on as servants of Dr. Miller for several years. I remembers the only time that I ever got drunk was long then. The doctor and his friends was splurging, and I went with another nigger to get the brandy from the cellar for the guests. When I tasted it, it drunk so good, and so much like sweetened water that I drunk the pitcher full. I was drunk 3 days. I married Millie, and 60 years ago we moved to town. We scuffled along till 28 years ago we buy this shack. I hopes that we can get the old age pension, 'cause we sure need it. End of section 76. Read by Jerome Ware. San Diego, July 21st, 2022.
Section 77 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. An interview with Millie Henry, 82, of 713 Southeast Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born a slave to Mr. Buck Boylan in Yazoo City, Mississippi. I don't know nothing about my family except my grandma, and she died in Mississippi during the war. Master Buck owned 3 plantations there, the Mosley Place, Middle Place, and the Hill Place. Me and Grandma lived at the Mosley Place. One day, Master Buck comes in, and we sees that he am worried stiff. After a while, he gangs us up and says to us, "The Yankees am a-comin' to take my slaves away from me, and I don't pose that they am gwine to do that. For them reasons, we leaves for North Carolina day after tomorrow, and I ain't gwine to hear no jaw about it." That day he goes over the slaves and picks out round 500 to go. He picks me out, but my grandma, he says that he will leave case she am so old and feeble. I hates that, but I don't say nothing at all. We leaves home in kivered wagons, with a heap walking, and in 'bout 3 weeks, I reckon, we gets to Raleigh. You should have been long on that trip, honey, when we camps side of the road and sleeps on the ground and cooks our rations at the campfires. I think that was one spring, for the surrender was the next. Master Buck carries us to Boylan Avenue, dar where the bridge am now, and we camps for a few days. But then he sends us out to the Crabtree Plantation. He also buys a place summers east to Raleigh and sends some dar. I misses my grandma for a while, but at last Uncle Green comes from Mississippi, and he says that Grandma am dead. So I pretty quick stops worrying over it. Master decides to hire some of us out, and so I gets hired out to Miss Mary Lee, who I works for till she got so poor she can't feed me. Then I is hired out to Miss Sue Blake and sent to the company shop up above Durham. Miss Mary was good, but Miss Sue, she whupped me. So I runs away. I went barefooted and bareheaded to the train, and I gets on. After a while, the conductor comes for a ticket, and I ain't got none. He axes me whar I's gwine, and I tells him home. So he brung me on to Raleigh. I went right home and told Mr. Buck that Mr. what be, and that I runned away. He said that it was all right, and he hired me out to Miss Lee Hamilton, who lived dar on the Fayette Street. She was a widder and run a boarding house, and dar's where I seed the first drunk man that ever I seed. He put the back o' his knife against my neck and said that he was gwine to cut my throat. I tell you that I is knowed a drunk ever since that time. I was drawing water at the well at the end of Fayetteville Street when the Yankees comed. I seed 'em riding up the street with their blue coats shining and their hosses stepping high. I knowed that I ought to be skeered, but I ain't, and so I stands dar and watches. Suddenly, as they passed the bank, out rides two men from Wheeler's cavalry, and they gets in the middle of the street. One of the hosses wheels back, and the man shot right at the Yankees. Then he flew from dar. Two of the Yankees retracts from the army, and they flies after the Rebs. When the Rebs get to the Capitol, one of them flies down Morgan Street, and one goes out Hillsborough Street, with the Yankees hot in behind him. They catched him out dar at the Hillsborough Bridge, when his hoss, what was already tired, stumbles and he falls and hurts his leg. During that time, the big man with the red hair, what they calls Kilpatrick, brung his men up on the square and sets under the trees, and a gang of people comes up. When they brung the young good-looking Reb up to the red-headed general, he says, "What's your name, Reb?" The boy says, "Robert Walsh, sir." "What for did you done go and shoot at my army?" "'Cause I hates the Yankees, and I wish that they was daid in a pile," the Reb says, and laughs. The general done got his dander up now, and he yells, "Carry the Reb Summers out of sight of the ladies and hang him." The Reb laughs and says, "Kind of you, sir," and he waves goodbye to the crowd, and they carried him off, a laughing fit to kill. They hanged him on an old oak tree in the Lovejoy Grove, where the governor's mansion am now standing, and they buried him under the tree. Way after the war, they moved his skeleton to Oakwood Cemetery and put him up a monument. His grave was kivered with flowers, and the young ladies cried. He died brave, though, and he kept laughing till his neck broke. I was dar, and I seed it. Furthermore, there was a gang of white ladies dar, so they might as well have hanged him on the Capitol Square. The Yankees was good to me, but it sure was hard to get a job, though, and so I ain't fared as good as I did for the war. Mr. Buck was good to us. Sometimes he'd lose his temper and cuss. Then he'd say right quick, "God forgive me, I pray." That man believed in religion. When the overseer, George Harris, would start to beat a slave, they larned to yell for Mr. Buck and make like they was getting kilt. Mr. Buck would come stomping and yelling, "Stop beating that nigger." Course this ruined the slaves, case they could talk like they pleased to Mr. Harris, and if they could yell loud enough, they ain't got no weapon. Yes'm, I's glad slavery am over. We owns this home and some chickens, but we sure does need the old age pension. I's got two fine grandsons, but let me tell you, They needs to work harder, eat less, and drink less. On account of them boys, I wants the ABC stores so they won't drink box lye. End of section 77. Read by Laura Judith Barbaro. Leesburg, Virginia, July 10th, 2022.
Section 78 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 78. Chaney Hews, 80 years old, 104 Cotton Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. My age, best of my recollection, is about 80 years. I was about 8 years old when the Yankees come through. Chillin' in them days was not paid much mind like they is now. White chillin' nor nigger chillin' was not spelled by attention. I got enough to eat to live on, and that was about all I cared about. Just so I could get a little to eat and could play all the time. I stayed out of the way of the grown folks. No chillin' was not noticed like they is now. I heard the grown folks talking about the Yankees. The niggers called 'em blue jackets. Then one morning, almost 'fore I knowed it, the yard was full of 'em. They tried to ride the horses in the house. They caught the chickens, killed the shoats, and took the horses and anything else they wanted. They give the nigger hardtack and pickled meat. I 'members eating some of the meat. I didn't like. We had reasonably good food, clothing, and warm log houses with stick and dirt chimneys. The houses was warm enough all the time in winter, and they didn't leak in rainy weather neither. There was a lot of slaves, and Master and Mrs. was good to father and mother. When they had a corn shucking, we slaves had a good time. Plenty to eat, whiskey for the grown folks, and a wrestling match after the corn was shucked. A nigger that shucked a red ear of corn got a extra drink of whiskey. That was the custom in them days. No prayer meetings was allowed on the plantation, but we went to Salem to white folks' church, and also to white folks' church at Kerry. They whooped Mother 'cause she tried to learn to read. No books was allowed. Mother said that if the Blue Jackets had not come, sooner or later I would have got the lash. Mother belonged to Sam Atkins, who owned a plantation about 10 miles down the Ramcady Road in Wake County. Father belonged to Turner Utley, and father was named Jacob Utley, and mother was named Lucy Utley. My maiden name was Chaney Utley. They worked from sun to sun on the plantation. When the surrender come, father and mother come to town, and stayed about a year, and then went back to old master's plantation. They was fed a long time on hardtack and pickled meat by the Yankees while in town. They stayed a long time with old master when they got back. Mother was his cook. Rats got after mother in town, and she went back to master's and told him about it, and told him she had come back home, that she was free to stay in town. And master just laughed and told us all to come right in. He told mother to go and cook us all something to eat, and she did. We was all glad to get back home. I was too little to work much, but I played a lot and swept yards. We drank water out gourds, and master would tell me to bring him a gourd full of cool water when he was setting in his armchair on the porch. I thought big of waiting on master. Yes, that I did. There was 14 of us in family. Father, mother, and 12 childrens. There is 3 of us living, 2 of the boys and me. Slavery was a good thing from what I knows about it. While I liked the Yankees with their purty clothes, I didn't like the way they took master's stuff, and I told 'em so. Mother made me hush. They took chickens, meat, hogs, and horses. We finally left old master's plantation and moved just a little way over on another plantation. Mother and father died there. I married Sam Hews in Wake County when I was 15 years old. I had no children. After we was married, we stayed on the farm a year or 2. Then we moved to Raleigh. We have worked for white folks ever since, and I am still working for 'em now, all I am able. I washes and irons clothes. Sometimes I can't wash. I ain't able, but I does the best I can. The white folks is still good to me, and I likes 'em. End of section 78. Read by Jacqueline Tyler, Owasso, Oklahoma, July 10th, 2022.
Section 79 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives. Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives. Part 1 by Various. Section 79. Joe High, 80 years. Joe High, interviewed May 18, 1937, has long been one of the best independent gardeners in Raleigh, working variously by the hour or day. My name is Joe High. I lives at 527 South Haywood Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. Now, there is one thing I want to know. Is this thing going to cost me anything? Hold on a minute and let me see. I want to be square, and I must be square. Now, let me see something. Sometimes folks come here and they writes and writes. Then they ask me, is you going to pay this now? What will it cost? Well, if it costs nothing, I'll give you what I knows. Let me get my Bible. I wants to be on the square because I got to leave here some of these days. This is a record from the slave books. I've been trying to get my direct age for 35 years. My cousin got my age. I was born April 10, 1857. My mother's name was Sarah High, put down when she was born October 24, 1824. This is from the old slave books. We both belonged to Green High, the young master. The old master, I never seed him. But I saw old Miss Laney High. The old master died before I was born. We lived 2 miles north of Zebulon. You know where Zebulon is in Wake County? I had 2 brothers, one brother named Taylor High, another named Rufin High. My sister died mighty young. She come here wrong. She died. I remember seeing my uncle take her to the graveyard. I don't know where there's any record of her or not. My work in slavery time was riding behind my missus, Clara Griffin, who was my old missus' sister's daughter. She came to be our missus. When she went visiting, I rode behind her. I also looked after the garden, kept the chickens out of the garden, and minded the table, fanned the flies off the table. They were good to us. They whipped us sometime. I was not old enough to do no field work. One time I slept late. It was in the fall of the year. The other children had left when I got up. I went out to look for 'em. When I crossed the tater patch, I seen the ground cracked, and I dug in to see what cracked it. I found a tater and kept digging till I dug it up. I carried it to the house. They had a white woman for a cook that year. I carried the tater and showed it to her. She took me and the tater and told me to come on. We went from the kitchen to the great house, and she showed the tater to the old missus, saying, "Look here, missus, Joe has been stealing taters. Here is the tater he stole." Old missus said, "Joe belongs to me. The tater belongs to me. Take it back and cook it for him." When the cook cooked the tater, she asked me for half of it. I gave it to her. If I'd had known then, like I knows now, she was trying to get me to get a whooping, I wouldn't have given her none of that tater. There were some frame houses and part log houses. We called them the darky houses. The master's house was called the great house. We had very good places to sleep and plenty to eat. I got plenty of potlicker peas and pumpkins. All us little darkies ate out of one bowl. We used mussel shells got on the branch for spoons. They must not have had no spoons or something. The peafowls roosted on the great house every night. I didn't know what money nor matches was neither. I remember seeing Henry High, my first cousin, catch a pike once, but I never done no fishing or hunting. I remember seeing the grown folks start off possum hunting that night, but I did not go. I wore wooden-bottomed shoes, and I wore only a shirt. I wanted my shirt tail until I was a great big boy, many years after slavery. There were 50 or more slaves on the plantation. Old woman wove cloth on looms. We made syrup, cane syrup with a cane mill. We carried our corn to Foster's mill down on Little River to have it ground. It was called Little River then. I don't know what it's called in this day. There was a block in the yard where Mrs. got up on her horse. There were 2 steps to it. Slaves were sold from this block. I remember seeing them sold from this block. George High was one, but they got him back. They did not teach us anything about books. They did not teach us anything about reading and writing. I went to church at the Epsby Church, near Buffalo, not far from Wakefield. We sat in a corner to ourselves. My brother Taylor ran away. The young master sent him word to come back home. He wasn't going to whoop him, and he come back. Yes, he come back. We played the games of marbles, blindfold jumping, and racing and jumping the rope. The doctor looked after us when we were sick sometimes, but it was mostly done by old women. They got herbs and they give us wormfuge. They worked us out. I was not old enough to pay much attention to the doctor's name. I remembers one day my young master Greenhigh and me was standing in the front yard when two men came down the avenue from the main road to the house. They wanted to know how far it was to Greenhigh's. Master told him it was about 2 miles away and gave him the direction. They were Yankees. They got on their horses and left. They didn't know that they was talking to Greenhigh then. When they left, Master left. I didn't see him no more in a long time. Soon, next day, the yard was full of Yankee soldiers. I remembers how the button on their uniforms shined. They got corn, meat, chickens, and everything they wanted. They didn't burn the house. Old man Bert Dubb, or Dome, kept nigger hounds. When a nigger run away, he would catch him for the master. The master would send after him and his dog when the nigger run away. I remember one overseer, a Negro Hamp High, and another Cough High. Nobody told me nothing about being free, and I know nothing about what it meant. I married Rosetta Hinton. She belonged to the Hintons during slavery. She is dead. She's been dead 14 years. We were married at her mother's home, the river plantation belonging to the Hintons. I was married by a preacher at this home. After the wedding, we had good things to eat, and we played games. All stayed there that night, and next day we went back to where I was working, on the General Cox farm. I was working there. We had 6 children. 2 died at birth. All are dead except for one in Durham named Tommy High, and one in New York City. Tommy High works in a wheat mill. Eddie High is a castle miner, works on walls. I thought slavery was right. I felt that this was the way things had to go, the way they were fixed to go. I was satisfied. The white folks treated me all right. My young missus loved me, and I loved her. She whipped me sometimes. I think just for fun, sometimes when I was riding behind her, she would tell me to put my arms around her and hold on to her apron strings. One day she was sitting on the side saddle. I was sitting behind her. She would try to get old Dave, the horse she was a-riding, to walk. She would say, "Ho, Dave." Then I would kick the horse in the side, and she would keep walking on. She asked me, "Joe, why does Dave not want to stop?" I saw a lot of Yankees. I was afraid of them. They called us, Johnny, Susie, and told us they wouldn't hurt us. I think Abraham Lincoln is all right. I guess the way he saw it, I think he was like I was as a boy, from what I read and understand. He was like me. Just the way he saw things. I liked the rules and the way of my old master and missus, while the Yankees and Abraham Lincoln gave me more rest. How did I learn to read? After the war, I studies. I wants to read the hymns and songs. I just picks up the reading myself. It's square to me I cannot remember one word my mother ever said to me. Not nary a word she said can I remember. I remember she brought me hot pot liquor and bread down to the house of mornings when I was small. But I've been trying to remember some words she spoke to me, and I can't. End of section 79. Read by Jerome Ware, San Diego, August 1st, 2022.
Section number 80 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Foremost Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allegra Littlecool. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11. North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Susan High, 519 Haywood Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. My name is Susan High. I was born in June. I'm 70 years old. My mother was named Piety, and she belonged to old man Giles Underhill before their surrender. My father, he was George Merritt, and he belonged to Ben Merritt, Ivan Proctor's grandfather. They lived on a plantation near Eagle Rock, Wake County. They called the creek near by Mox Creek. My parents said that they had a mighty hard time, and that during slavery time their rules was mighty strict. The hours of work on the farm was from sun to sun, with no time except on Christmas and at lay-by time. 4th of July for anything but work. They were not allowed no education, and very little time to go to church. Sometimes they went to the white folks' church. Mother said they whipped the slaves if they broke their rules. They said the overseers were worse than the slave owners. The overseers were generally white men hired by their master. My father said they had a poor white man to oversee, and the slave owner could go on about his business and sometimes didn't know and didn't even care how mean the overseer was to the slaves. There was a lot of things to drink. They said cider made from apples, whiskey, and brandy. They said people didn't notice it like they do now. Not many got drunk, 'cause there was plenty of it. Father said it was 10 cents a quart, that and the whiskey made out of corn, and the brandy was cheap too. They said the clothes were wove, and that most children went barefooted, and in their shirt tails. Great big boys going after the cows and feeding their horses and doing work around the house in their shirt tails. Grown slaves got 1 pair of shoes a year and went barefooted the rest of the time. Biscuit was a thing they seldom got. Women cleared land by rolling logs into piles and piling brush in their new grounds. There were load patches, but they used what they made to eat. Daddy said they didn't have time to fish and hunt any. They was too tired for that. They had to work so hard. Daddy said he was proud of freedom, but was afraid to own it. They prayed for freedom secretly. When the Yankees came, Daddy saved a 2-horse wagon load of meat for Master by taking it off in the swamp and hiding it, and the master wouldn't give him no bit of it. After the surrender, they turned him out with a crowd of little children without a thing. They give him nothing. My mother saved her master's life, Charles Underhill. Well, you see, he was taking care of a lot of meat whiskey for Dick Jordan, and the Yankees came, and he treated him from whiskey he had in a bottle, and told them he had no more. They searched his home and found it in a shed room, and they said they were going to kill him for telling him a lie. She heard him talking, and she busted through the crowd and told him that the stuff belonged to another man, and that her master was not lying, and not to hurt him. The Yankees said, "You have saved this old son of a bitch. We won't kill him then." They took off the meat, whiskey, and everything they wanted. Master promised Mother a cow and a calf, a sow, and pigs for what she had done for him, and to stay on and finish the crop. When the fall or the year he came, did not give her the wrappings or her finger. That's what my mother told me. We was teach to call them Mammy and Poppy. I was gwine to tell you just exactly like it is. We were taught these things. I want to be pacifically right in what I tell you. We left that place, and Mammy and Pappy farmed with Solomon Morgan, a free issue for several years. The family had typhoid fever, and 5 were down with it at one time, but the Lord will provide. Such as that makes me say people won't die till their time comes. There is some mighty good white people in this place in America, and also bad. If it hadn't been for M, we colored folks would have been in a mighty bad fix. We got our jobs and help from M to get us to the place where we at. Dr. Henry Montague doctored us, and none died. It wasn't their time to go. No, it wasn't their time to go. We then moved back to Masters for a year, and then we moved to Rossville in Wake County. I married then and moved to Raleigh. I married Robert High. He is dead. He's been dead about 30 years. I don't know much about Abraham Lincoln. I think he was a fine man. Mr. Roosevelt's ideas is fine if he can carry 'em out. End of section number 80.
Section 81 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Kitty Hill, 329 West South Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
I told you yesterday that my age was 76 years old. But my daughter come home and I asked her about it, and she says I is 77 years old. I don't know exactly the date, but I was born in April. I was a little girl, about 5 years old when the surrender come, but I don't remember anything about the Yankees. I was born in Virginia near Petersburg, and Mother said the Yankees had been hanging around here so long that a soldier was no sight to nobody. About the time the Yankees come, I remember hearing them talk about the surrender. Then a Jew man by the name of Isaac Long come to Petersburg, bought us and brought us to Chatham County to a little country town named Pittsboro. Old man Isaac Long run a store and kept a boarding house. We stayed on the lot. My mother cooked. We stayed there a long time after the war. Father was sent to Manassas Gap at the beginning of the war, and I do not remember ever seeing him. My mother's was named Viney Jefferson, and my father was named Thomas Jefferson. We belonged to the Jeffersons there, and we went by the name of Jefferson when we were sold and brought to North Carolina. I do not remember my grandparents on my mother's or my father's side. Mother had one boy and 3 girls. The boy was named Robert, and the girls were Kate, Rosa, and Kitty. Master Long bought Mother and all the children, but Mother never seed Father anymore after he was sent off to the war. I married Green Hill in Chatham County. I married him at Moncure, about 9 miles from Pittsboro. We lived at Moncure, and Mother moved there, and we lived together for a long time. When we left Moncure, we come to Raleigh. Mother had died a long time before we left Moncure, Chatham County. We moved to Raleigh after the World War. Mother used to tell we children stories of powder rollers catching niggers and whooping them, and how some of the men outrun the powder rollers and got away. There was a song they used to sing. It went like this. Yes, sir. I want to tell you that song. Here it is. Some folks say that a nigger won't steal. I caught 2 in my cornfield. One had a bushel, one had a peck, and one had rose near strung round his neck. Run, nigger, run, Paterola catch you, run, nigger, run like you did the other day. My mother said she was treated good. Yes, she said they was good to her in Virginia. Mother said that the slave man on the Jefferson plantation in Virginia would steal the horses to ride to dances at night. One time a horse they stole and rode to the dance fell dead, and they tried to tow him home. Mother laughed a lot about that. I heard my mother say that the cavalry Southern folks was about the meanest in the war. She talked a lot about the Wheelers' cavalry. There was a lot of stealing and taking meat, silver, stock, and anything. Horses, cows, and chickens just didn't have no chance if a Yankee laid his eyes on 'em. A Yankee was poisoned to a yard full of fowls. They killed turkeys, chickens, geese. Now that's the truth. Mother said the Yankees skinned turkeys, chickens, and geese before they cooked 'em. Sometimes they would shoot a hog and just take the hams and leave the rest there to spoil. They would kill a cow, cut off the quarters, and leave the rest to rot. Mother said no prayer meetings was allowed to slaves in Virginia where she stayed. They turned pots down to kill the noise and held meetings at night. They had niggers to watch and give the alarm if they saw the white folks coming. They always looked out for paterollers. They were not allowed any education, and Mother could not read and write neither. I remember the Ku Klux and how they beat people. One night a man got away from 'em near where we lived in Chatham County. He lived out in the edge of the woods, and when they knocked on the door, he jumped out a back window in his night clothes with his pants in his hands and outrun 'em. There was rocks in the woods where he run, and that nigger just tore his feet up. They went to one nigger's house up there, and the door was barred up. They got an axe and cut a hole in the door. When the hole got big enough, the nigger blammed down on 'em with a gun and shot one of their eyes out. You know, the Ku Klux went disguised, and when they got to your house, they would say in a fine voice, Ku Klux, Ku Klux, Ku Klux, Ku Klux. Some people say they are in slavery now and that the niggers never been in nothing else. But the way some of it was, I believe, it was a bad thing. Some slaves fared all right, though, and had a good time and liked slavery.
End of section 81.
Section number 82 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Jerry Hinton. My full name is Jerry Hinton. I was born in February 1855. I am not able to work. I work all I can. I'm trying to do the best I can to help myself. Yes, just trying to do something. Ain't able to work much. I am ruptured and old. My old house looks about as old as I do. It's about to fall down. Ain't able to fix it up. It needs repairing. I ain't able to make no repairs. I was born on a plantation in Witt County. My master was Richard Sewell, and Mrs. was named Adelaide. His plantation was on Neuse River. He had 2 plantations, but I was a little boy and don't remember how many acres in the plantation or how many slaves. There was a lot of them, though. I would follow master round and look up in his face so he would give me biscuit and good things to eat. My mother, before marriage, was named Sylvia Sewell, and father was named Andrew Hinton. After they was married, mother went by the name of Hinton, my father's family name. I don't know, most anything was good to me. Master brought me biscuit, and I thought that was the greatest thing at all. Yes, I got pretty good food. Our clothes was not fine, but warm. I went barefooted most of the time, and in summer, I went in my shirt tail. They called the slave houses quarters. The house where the overseer lived was the overseer's house. Master had an overseer to look after his men. The overseer was named Bridgers. The house where master lived was the great house. They would not allow us any books. I cannot read and write. I have seen the patrollers, but I never saw 'em whip anybody. But I saw 'em looking for somebody to whoop. I've never seen a slave sold. I've never seen a jail for slaves or slaves in chains. I have seen master whoop slaves, though. I was never whooped. They wrung my ears and pulled my nose to punish me. There was no churches on the plantation, but we had prayer meetings in our homes. We went to the white folks' church. My father used to take me by the hand and carry me to church. Daddy belonged to the Ironside Baptist Church. We called our fathers Daddy in slavery time. They would not let slaves call their fathers father. They called him Daddy, and white children called their father Pa. I don't work any in slavery time, except feed pigs and do things for my master. Waited on him. I went round with him a lot, and I had rather see him come on the plantation any time than to see my daddy. I do not remember any possums or other game being eaten at our house. I do not remember ever going a-fishing during slavery time. Master had 2 boys to go off to the war. They carried 'em off to the war. I don't know how many children they had, but I remember 2 of 'em going off to the war. Don't know what became of 'em. I sure remember the Yankees. Yes, sir. Ha. I sure remember them. Them Yankees tore down and drug out everything they came across. They killed hogs and chickens. They took only part of a hog and left the rest. They shot cows and sometimes just cut off the hindquarters and left the rest. They knocked the heads out of the barrels of molasses. They took horses, cows, and everything, but they did not hurt any of the children. They was folks that would tear down things. After the surrender, my mother moved over on the plantation where my father stayed. We stayed there a long time, and then we moved back to Richard Sewell's, old master's plantation, staying there a long time. Then we moved to Jesse Taylor's place below Raleigh between Crabtree Creek and Neuse River. When we left Taylor's, we moved to Banner Dam, northeast of Raleigh, near Boone's Pond. Mother and father both died there. After leaving there, I come here. I have lived in Oberlin ever since. Guess I'll die here. If I can get the money to pay my taxes, I know I will die here. I think slavery was good because I was treated all right. I think I'm about as much a slave now as ever. I don't think any too much of Abraham Lincoln, Jeff Davis, or any of them men. Don't know much about 'em. Guess Mr. Roosevelt is all right. About half the folks, both black and white, is slaves and don't know it. When I was a slave, I had nothing on me. No responsibility on any of us, only to work. Didn't have no taxes to pay, never had to think where the next meal was coming from. This country is in a bad fix. Looks like something got to be done some way, or people, a lot of them, are going to perish to death. Times are hard, and they is getting worse. Don't know how I'm going to make it if I don't get some help. We've been praying for rain. Crops are done injured, but maybe the Lord will help us. Yes, I trust in the Lord. I've been married twice. I married Henrietta Nunn first, and then Henrietta Jones. I had 3 children by first marriage and none by second marriage. My wife is over 70 years old. We have a hard time making enough to get a little something to eat. I was mighty glad to see you when you come up this morning, and I hopes what I have told you will help someone to know how bad we need help. I feels the Lord will open up the way. Yes, sir, I do. End of section number 82, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, February the 9th, 2022.
Section 83 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various. Martha Adeline Hinton, Number 2, Star Street, Route 2, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born May 3rd, 1861, at Willis Thompson's plantation in Wake County, about 15 miles from Raleigh. He was my master, and his wife Muriel was my missus. My father's name was Jack Emery, and mother's name was Minerva Emery. My mother belonged to Willis Thompson, and my father belonged to Ephraim Emery. Mother stayed with my master's married daughter. She married Johnny K. Moore. Master had 3 children, all girls. Their names was Margaret, Caroline, and Nancy. There was only one slave house there, 'cause they only had one slave while my mother stayed. Master Thompson had 5 slaves on his plantation. He was good to slaves, but his wife was rough. We had a reasonably good place to sleep and fair something to eat. You see, I was mighty young, and I remembers very little about some things in slavery, but from what my mother and father told me since the war, it was just about meddling living at master's. Slaves wore homemade clothes and shoes. The shoes had wooden bottoms, but most slave children went barefooted winter and summer till they was old enough to go to work. The first pair of shoes I wore, my daddy made 'em. I remember it well. I will never forget it. I was so pleased with 'em. All slave children I knows anything about wore homemade clothes and went barefooted most of the time, and bareheaded too. I remember the Yankees and how they had rods searching for money and took things. I remembers a Yankee going to mother and saying we was free. When he left, Missus come and asked her what he say to her, and mother told Missus what he said, and Missus says, "No, he didn't tell you you was free. You just asked him was you free." Father was hired out to Frank Page of Gary. He was cutting cordwood for him. When he heard the Yankees was coming, he come home. When he got there, the Yankees had done been to the house and gone. During slavery, they tried to sell Daddy. The speculator was there, and Daddy suspicioned something. His master told him to go and shuck some corn. They aimed to get him in the corn crib and then tie him and sell him. But when he got to the crib, he kept on going. He went to Mr. Henry Buffalo's and stayed 2 weeks. Then he went back home. There was nothing else said about selling him. They wanted to sell him and buy a woman so they could have a lot of slave children, 'cause the woman could multiply. They hired men out by the year to contractors to cut cordwood and build railroads. Father was hired out that way. Old man Rome Harp was hired out that way. He belonged to John Hurd. Daddy said his master never did hit him but one blow. Daddy said he worked hard every day and done as near right as he knowed how to do in everything. His master got mad and hit him with a long switch. Then Daddy told him he was working best he could for him and that he was not going to take a whooping. His master walked off, and that was the last of it, and he never tried to whoop him again. End of section 83. Read by Carol Sutton, Knox, Pennsylvania, June 2nd, 2022.
Section 84 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by D.L. Blair. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 84. Robert Hinton, 420 Smith Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. My name is Robert Hinton. I ain't able to work. Ain't been able to do any work in 5 years. My wife, Mary Hinton, supports me by working with the WPA. She was cut off last May. Since she has had no job, we have to live on what she makes with what little washing she gets from the white folks and a little help from charity. This ain't much. They give you for 1 week 1/2 peck meal, 1 pound meat, 1 pound powdered milk, 1/2 pound of coffee. This is what we get for 1 week. I was born in 1856 on the Fayetteville Road, 3 miles from Raleigh, south. I belonged to Lawrence Hinton. My missus was named Jane Hinton. The Hintons had about 20 slaves on the plantation out there. They had 4 children, the boy Ransom, and 3 girls, Belle, Annie, and Miss Mary. All are dead but one. Miss Mary is living yet. My mother was named Liza Hinton, and my father was named Bob Hinton. My grandmother was named Mary Hinton, and grandfather Harry Hinton. We had common food in slavery time, but it was well fixed up, and we were well clothed. We had a good place to sleep. Yes, sir, a good place to sleep. We worked from sunrise to sunset under overseers. They were good to us. I was small at that time. I picked up sticks in the yard and done some work around the house, but when they turned their backs, I would be playing most of the time. We played shooting marbles and running and jumping. We called the big house the dwelling house, and the slave quarters the slave houses. Some of them were in master's yard, and some were outside. They give all the families patches and gardens, but they did not sell anything. We had prayer meeting in our houses when we got ready, but there were no churches for niggers on the plantation. We had dances and other socials during Christmas times. They give us the Christmas holidays. No, sir, they did not whoop me. I was mighty young. They didn't work chillin' much. I have seen them whoop the grown ones, though. I never saw a slave sold, and never saw any in chains. They run away from our plantation, but they come back again. William Brickle, Sidney Cook, Willis Hinton, all run away. I don't know why they all run away, but some run away to keep from being whooped. I have lived in North Carolina all my life, right here in Wake County. We used to set gums and catch rabbits, set traps and caught partridges and doves. Yes, sir, I went blinding. I remember getting a big light and jumping around the brush heaps, and when a bird come out, we frailed him down. We went gigging fish, too. We found them lying on the bottom of the creeks and the ponds at night and stuck the gig in them and pulled them out. The white folks, old missus, teached us the catechism, but they didn't want you to learn to read and write. I can read and write now, learned since the surrender. Sometimes we went to the white folks' church. I don't know any songs. When we got sick, our boss man sent for a doctor. Dr. Burke Haywood, Dr. Johnson, or Dr. Hill. I remembers when the North folks and the Southern folks was fighting. The Northern soldiers come in here on the Fayetteville Road. I saw 'em by the hundreds. They had colored folk soldiers in blue clothes, too. In the morning, white soldiers. In the evening, colored soldiers. That's the way they come to town. I married first Almeda Harris. I had 6 children by her. Second, I married Mary Jones. She is my wife now. We had 6 children. My wife is now 65 years old, and she has to support me. I am done give out too much to work anymore. Yes, sir, that I have seen the patty-rollers, but my old boss didn't allow him to whoop his niggas. Master give his men passes. I know when the Ku Klux was here, but I don't know much about 'em. I thought slavery was a bad thing, 'cause all slaves did not fare alike. It was all right for some, but bad for some, so it was a bad thing. I joined the church because I got religion, and I thought the church might help me keep it. I think Abraham Lincoln was a good man, but I likes Mr. Roosevelt. He is a good man. A good man. End of section 84. Read by D.L. Blair. Vallejo, April 20th, 2022.
Section 85 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 85. William George Hinton, Star Street, RFD No. 2, Box 171. I was born in Wake County in the year 1859, August 28th. I remember seeing the Yankees. It seems like a dream. One came along riding a mule. They said he was a Yankee bummer, a man that went out raging on people's things. He found out where the things was located and carried the rest there. The bummers sold from the army chicken, hogs, and anything they could take. After the bummer come along, in a few minutes, the whole place was crowded with Yankees. The blue coat was everywhere I could look. Master didn't have but 5 slaves, and when the Yankees come, there was only me and my oldest sister there. All the white folks had left, except Mrs. and her children. Her baby was only 3 weeks old then. A Yankee come to my older sister and said, "Where's them horses?" He pulled out a large pistol and said, "Tell me where them horses is, or I'll take your damn sweet life." Master hid the horses and sister didn't know. She stuck to it she didn't know, and the Yankee didn't shoot. They come back, the whole crowd, the next day and make Master bring his horses. They took the horses and bought some chickens and paid for 'em. Then they killed and took the rest. Ha ha, they sure done that. Paid for some and took the rest. I see the Yankees after the surrender. They were staying at the old soldiers' home on New Bern Avenue. One day, Mother carried me there to sell to him. One time she went there, and she had a rooster who was a game. His eyes was out from fighting another game rooster belonging to another person near our home, Mr. Emery Sewell. She carried the rooster in where there was a sick Yankee. The Yankee took him in his hands, and the rooster crowed. He gave Mother 35 cents for him. The Yankee said if he could crow and his eyes out, he wanted him. He said he called that spunk. There was a man who was a slave that belonged to Mr. Kearney Upchurch, come along riding a mule. My oldest sister, the one the Yankees threatened, told him the Yankees are up yonder. He said, "Daddlem the Yankees." He went on, when he got near the Yankees, they told him to halt. Instead of halting, he sold out running the mule for the old field. There was a gang of young foxhounds there. When he lit out on the mule, they thought he was going hunting, so they took out after him, just like they was after a fox. Some of the Yankees shot at him. The others just almost died of laughing. We didn't get much to eat. Mother said it was Mrs. fault. She was so stingy. We had homemade clothes and wooden bottom shoes for the grown folks. But children did not wear shoes then. They went barefooted. All the slaves lived in one house, built about 100 yards from the Great House. Master's house was called the Great House. My father was named Robin Hinton, and my mother was named Daphne Hinton. My father belonged to Betsy Ransom Hinton, and mother belonged first to Red and Chrome in Lenore County, and then to James Thompson of Wake County. I was born after mother was brought to Wake County. Master had one boy named Beauregard, 4 girls, Caroline, Alice, Lena, and Nellie. I do not remember my grandparents. I saw a slave named Lucinda, sold to old man Askew, a speculator, by Kearney Upchurch. I seen him carry her off. One of these slave men who belonged to old man Burl Temples was sent to work for Mr. Temple's son, who had married. His missus put him to toting water before going to work in the morning. The other slaves toted water also. He refused to tote water and ran. She sent the bloodhounds after him and caught him near his home, which was his old master's house. Old master's son come out and wouldn't let him whip him, and they wouldn't make him go back. Mrs. Harriet Temples was a terrible woman. A slave just couldn't suit her. The slave that run away from young master was finally sent back. His master gave him a shoulder of meat before he left. He hung it in a tree. Mrs. told him to put it in the smokehouse. He refused, saying he wouldn't see it no more. A slave by the name of Sally Temples run away 'cause her missus, Mary Temples, was so mean to her. She stuck hot irons to her, made him drink milk and things for punishment, is what my mother and father said. Sally never did come back. Nobody never did know what become of her. Soon as the war was over, father and mother left their masters. They went to Mr. Tom Bridger's. We lived on the farm after this. Mother cooked. Sister and I worked on the farm. Sister plowed like a man. The first help my mammy got was from the Yankees. It was pickle meat and hard tack. I was with her and they took me and gave me some clothes. Mother drawed from them a long time. We have farmed most our lives. Sometimes we worked as hirelings and then as sharecroppers. I think slavery was a bad thing. End of section 85. Read by Jerome Ware. San Diego, January 27th, 2022. Section 86 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives. Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by various. Section 86. Eustace Hodges. An interview with Eustace Hodges, 76 years old, of 625 West Lenore Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't know when I was born, nor where, but at first, my mammy and me longed to our McGee, here in Wake County. My mammy worked in the fields then, ditching and such, even plowing while we longed to McGee. But he sold us to Mr. Rufus Jones. My daddy still longed to him, but at the close of the war he come to Mr. Jones' plantation, and he took the name of Jones along with us. Massa Rufus was gooder than Massa McGee, they say. He give us more to eat and wear, and he ain't make us work so hard nother. We had our work to do, of course, but Mammy ain't had to ditch no plow no more. She worked in the house then, and none of the women's done men's work. Course, she can't work so hard and have 11 children too. She had a baby one day and went to work the next while she longed to her McGee. But at Massa Rufus, she stayed in the bed several days and had a doctor. Massa Rufus used to let us take Saturday evening off and go swimming or fishing or go to Raleigh. I remembers that somebody in town had a fuss with the Massa Rufus about letting his niggers run loose in town. Massa Rufus, after that, had an overseer in town to see about his niggers. I got a whooping once for punching out a frog's eyes. Miss Sally gave it to me along with a lecture about being kind to the dumb brutes. But I ain't never seen where a frog am a brute yet. Yes'm. I heard a heap about the Yankees, but I ain't prepared for their taking even our bread. Miss Sally ain't prepared nother, and she tells them where to go. Then she goes to her bed sick. I was sorry for Miss Sally, that I was. The day that the news of the surrender come, Miss Sally cried some more, and she ain't wanting my mammy to go, so Master Rufus said that we could stay on. They say that Master McGee run his niggers off in his place with a brush broom that day. After the war, we stayed on Master Rufus' place till 1898, when Pa died. I had married a fella by the name of Charlie Hodges, what lived on a nearby plantation, and we was living on Master Rufus' place with Pa and Ma. We moved to Raleigh then, and after several years, Mammy moved here too. You can find her on Cannon Street, but I tell you that she pretty puny now since her stroke. End of section 86. Read by Jerome Ware. San Diego, January 27th, 2022. Section 87 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by various. Section 87. Story of Alex Huggins, ex-slave. 920 Dawson Street, Wilmington, North Carolina. I was born in New Bern on July 9th, 1850. My father and mother belonged to Mr. L.B. Huggins. My father was a carpenter and a shipbuilder, and the first things I remember was down on Myrtle Grove Sound, where Mr. Huggins had a place. I was sort of a bad boy and liked to roam around. When I was about 12 years old, I ran away. It was in 1863 when the war was going on. Nobody was being mean to me. No, I wasn't being whipped. Don't y'all know all that story about slaves being whipped was all bunk? With scornful emphasis. What person with any sense is going to take his horse or his cow and beat it up? It's property. We was property, valuable property. No, indeed, Mr. Luke gave the best of attention to his colored people, and Miss Huggins was like a mother to my mother. 'Twa'n't anything wrong about home that made me run away. I heard so much talk about freedom, I reckon I just wanted to try it, and I thought I had to get away from home to have it. Well, I coaxed 2 other boys to go with me, and a grown man. He got the boat, and we slipped off the beach and put out to sea. Yes'm, we sure was after adventure. But we didn't get very far from the shore, and I saw the land getting dimmer and dimmer when I got scared. And then I got seasick. And we was having more kinds of adventure than we wanted. And then we saw some ships. There was 2 of them, and they took us on board. There was the North Star and the Eastern Star of the Aspinwall line. A mail freighter running between Aspinwall, near the Isthmus of Panama, and New York. We used to put off in Charleston. Then in 1864, I joined the Union Navy. Went on board our convoy, the Nereus. We convoyed to keep the Alabama, a Confederate privateer, away. The commander of the Nereus asked me how I'd like to be his cabin boy. So I was second-class cabin boy and waited on the captain. He was 5-stripe Commander J.C. Howell. He was the commander of the whole fleet off Fort Fisher. When the captain wanted something good to eat, he used to send me ashore for provisions. He liked me. He was an old man. He didn't take much stock in fun, but he was a real man. I was young and wasn't serious. I just wanted a good time. I don't know about the war, but I do know 2 men of our boat was killed on shore while we was at Fort Fisher. After the Battle of Fort Fisher, we was on our way to Aspinwall. Laying off one day at Navassa Island, the masthead reported a strange sail. Where away? Just ahead. She seemed to be a 3-mast steamer. Which way headed? We decided it was the Alabama, going to St. Nicholas Mole, West Indies. Our captain called the officers together and held a meeting. Says he, "We'll go under one bell, slow. Lieutenant will go ashore and get some information." When we got there, she had a coal schooner alongside taking on coal. Our captain prepared to capture her when she came out. But she didn't come out till night. She dodged. Good thing, too. She'd have knocked hell's Pete out of us. She was close to the water and could have fought us so much better than we could her. We didn't want to fight, 'cause we knew it enough just to naturally be scared. She was a 1-decker man-of-war. We was a 2-decker with 6 guns on berth deck and 5 guns on spark deck. I never saw her after that, but I heard she was conquered by the Kearsarge, which sunk her off some island. I stayed in the Navy 18 months and was discharged at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Admiral Porter was the Admiral of the U.S. Navy at the time. I stayed in New York 5 or 6 years. Then I came home to my mother. I was in the crude drug business in Wilmington for 20 years. Yes'm. I went to church and Sunday school when I was a child, when they could catch me. Whilst I was in New York, I went to church regular. I married after a while. My wife died about 10 years ago. We had 1 son. I believe he's in Baltimore, but I ain't heard from him in a long time. He don't care nothing about me. Of course, I'm comfortable. I gets my pension, $75 a month. I give $10 of it to my nephew, who's a cripple. End of section 87. Read by Jerome Ware, San Diego, January 22nd, 2022. Section 88 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 88. Charlie H. Hunter, 80 years old, 2213 Barker Street, West Raleigh. My full name is Charlie H. Hunter. I was born and reared in Wake County, North Carolina. Born May 1857. My mother was Rosa Hunter, and my father was named Jones. I never saw my father. We belonged to a family named Jones first, and then we were sold to a slave owner 7 miles northwest by the name of Joe Hayes, and a terrible man he was. He would get mad about most anything, take my mother, chain her down to a log, and whip her unmercifully, while I, a little boy, could do nothing but stand there and cry and see her whooped. We had fairly good food and common clothing. We had good sleeping places. My mother was sold to a man named Smith. I married first Ann Hayes, who lived 16 months. No prayer meetings was allowed on the plantations, and no books of any kind. I can read and write, learned in a school taught by Northern folks after the surrender. Mr. and Mrs. Graves, who taught in Raleigh, in the rear of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. The schoolhouse was owned by the church. We played no games in slavery times. I saw slaves sold on blocks once in Raleigh. I was to be sold, but the surrender stopped it. When the Yankees come, they asked me where was my master. I told them I didn't know. Master told me not to tell where he was. He had gone off into the woods to hide his silver. In a few minutes, the ground was covered with Yankees. The Yankees stole my penknife. I thought a lot of it. Knives were scarce and hard to get. I cried about they taking it. They got my master's carriage horses, 2 fine gray horses. His wife had lost a brother who had been in the army, but died at home. He was buried in the yard. The Yankees thought the grave was a place where valuables was buried, and they had to get a guard to keep them from digging him up. They would shoot hogs, cut the hams and shoulders off, stick them on the bayonets, throw them over their shoulders, and go on. We called our houses shanties in slavery time. I never saw any paterolas. I don't remember how many slaves on the plantation was taken to Richmond and sold. My mother looked after us when we were sick. I had 4 brothers and no sisters. They're all dead. I did housework and errands in slavery time. I have seen one gang of Ku Klux. They was under arrest at Raleigh in Governor Holden's time. I don't remember the overseer. We moved to Raleigh at the surrender. Master gave us an old mule when we left him, and I rode him into Raleigh. We rented a house on Wilmington Street and lived on the hardtack the Yankees gave us until we can get work. My mother went to cooking for the white folks, but I worked for Mr. Jeff Fisher. I held a job 37 years, driving the laundry truck for L.R. Wyatt. The laundry was on the corner of Jones and Salisbury Street. I married Sonora Freeman. We lived together 56 years. She was a good, devoted wife. We was married December 9, 1878. She died May 1934. Booker T. Washington was a good man. I have seen him. Abraham Lincoln was one of my best friends. He set me free. The Lord is my best friend. I don't know much about Jefferson Davis. Jim Young and myself was pals. My object in going to church was to help myself and others to live a decent life. A life good to humanity and for God. End of section 88. Read by Jerome Ware, San Diego, January 22nd, 2022. Section 89 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Ware. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 11, North Carolina Narratives, Part 1, by Various, Section 89. Ex-Slave Story. An interview on May 19, 1937 with Elbert Hunter of Method, North Carolina, 93 years old. I was born 8 miles from Raleigh on the plantation of Mr. Jacob Hunter in 1844. My parents were Stroud and Lucy, and my brothers was Tom, James, and Henderson. I had 3 sisters who was named Caroline, Emmeline, and Anne. Master Hunter was good to us, and young Master Knox was good too. My mammy was the cook, and my pappy was a field hand. Master ain't allowed no paterrollers on his place. But one time, when he wasn't there at home, my mommy sent me and Caroline to the next door house for something, and the patrollers got us. They carried us home, and about the time that they was asking questions, young Master Knox rid up. He looked them over and he says, "Get off these premises this minute, you daddlim sorry rascals. If us need you, we'll call you. My pappy patrols this place itself." They left then, and we ain't been bothered with them no more. I toted the water for the war, minded the sheeps, cows, and the geese. And I ain't had many whoopings neither. There was one thing that Master ain't allow, and that was drinking among his niggers. There was an old free issue named Denson, who dig ditches for Master, and he always brung along some demijohn with his whiskey. One evening, Mrs. tells me and Caroline to go to the low grounds and get up the cows, and on the way, we find old man Denton's demijohn, half full of whiskey. Caroline says to, "Let's take a drink," and so we does. And terribly I gets wobbly in the knees. This keeps on till I has to lay down, and when I wakes up, I'm at home. They says that Master Jacobs toasts me, and that he fusses with Denton for leaving the whiskey where I could find it, and he give me a talking to, and I ain't never drunk no more. When we heard that the Yankees was coming, old Master and me takes the cattle and the horses way down in the swamp, and we stays there with them for several days. One day, I comes to the house, and there they am, shooting chickens and pigs and everything. I see them cut the hams off a live pig or ox and go off leaving the animal groaning. The master had them killed then, but it was awful. That night they went away, but the next day, a bigger drove come and my mammy cooked for 'em all day long. They killed and stole everything. And at last, old master went to Raleigh and asked for a guard. After we got the guard, the fuss ceased. One of the officers what spent the night there lost his pocketbook, and in it was 7 greenback dollars, the first I ever seen. We was glad to be free, even though we did have good white folks. We worked hours from daybreak till dawn, and the women had to card and spin so much every night. We had our own chickens and garden and a little ways of making money, but not so much fun. We played cat, which was like baseball now, only different. The children played the heat, but the grown folk worked hard. The cruelest thing I ever seen was in Raleigh, after slavery time, and that was a nigger whooping. The pillory is where the courthouse am now, and the sheriff, Mr. Ray, whooped that nigger till he bled. I never seen a slave cell, and I never seen much whoopings. I learned some along with the white chillins, especially how to spell. No, ma'am, I don't know nothing much about witches, but I see the ghost. Hit was near here, and hit was an animal as big as a yearling, with the look of a dog. I can't tell you the color of it, case I done left from dar. End of section 89. Read by Jerome Ware. San Diego, January 22nd, 2022. End of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 11. North Carolina Narratives. Part 1. By Various.